Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día número 49. It is day 49. We're back from our break. What do I mean free for the first 100 characters? On the app Hansa Hero, the characters, the Hansa, right? And it measures how many different characters. So when you learn 100 characters, that's what you have access to. So once the 100 characters are learned, you can keep using the app to iron out those 100 characters, but then the rest would require a subscription. And to get 100 characters with the default schedule, that's about a month. So I can kind of see why they chose 100 characters. Alternatively, like Wanikani, the app is free for the first month. So the alternative is, okay, you have a month and you could learn more than 100 characters, but at the same time, if you're really busy during that month, then eventually you could learn less than those characters and have to pay for a subscription. So it's like pros and cons. So Hansa Hero went for, at least to my understanding, basically you use whatever is there for the 100 characters. Now I'm not sure if the dictionary thing is accessible, but you could theoretically add things to. I don't know how it works ultimately, since I started with investing right away. So that's full disclaimer. How long does it take per character roughly? The default way, it's very different in the beginning because there's a lot of components. You have to learn the components as well. But it took me about a month to reach the first character, 100 characters, and that was using the default schedule, which was 10 lessons a day. You can speed that up. You can get to 100 characters really quick if you turn it up to 40 lessons a day. So it can go quick, but the idea is it's raw. So you get 100 characters no matter what. It is the 100 characters. I would say if you're taking an average, it would take about a month. So I can imagine that's what they were thinking about. You either get a month free, which is the minimum subscription time for most other apps, or 100 characters, which is roughly a month's time if you take the default lesson base. Which that's an interesting way to go about it. You can learn the 100 characters as slow as possible, but ultimately on an average basis it will still be like a month's time, which is the cost of a subscription, right? So the trial period is very similar on average between offering a 1 month free trial subscription like Wanikani or learn the first 100 characters of Hansa Hero. I think one has the benefit of doing it at your own pace, so it's irrelevant of your pace. So they remove pace out of the equation, and the person can say, oh, okay, this is how much time it would take me to get to 100 characters at whatever pace I am. On Wanikani, you're immediately locked into obligating yourself to making the best of the 100 days. So both cases, it kind of selects for a specific type of person. And for me, I remove all of that out of the factor because I chose based on an even higher order, and I bought a lifetime subscription to both Wanikani and Hansa Hero. Full disclosure, I've already disclosed this on day one. I make choices and I invest forward, and it's going to unequivocally provide more value back because I don't only use it for its own purpose. We use things for far more purposes than they were even originally designed. Like Duolingo is free, right? So I used it for almost a year, and then at the end of the year, I also bought a year subscription with Duolingo, and that also leads me into being able to eventually access Duolingo Max for Spanish. So all of this is calculated, invest forward and whatnot. Obviously, you might be thinking also as a counter argument, but you're still spending money without making money and all that. How is this sustainable? It's not. It's not. And then why do you do it? Because I can do it. That's probably the answer. I spend what I'm able to spend, which is how I go. Like, that's how I'm rationalizing. Day after tomorrow, we start playing Clair Obscure, right? I bought the deluxe version, by the way, as well, and it's like 6 cosmetics for $10 extra. But since they're running on a 10% discount on Steam, I bought the deluxe version because I like cosmetics, and I think the people that made Clair Obscure take my money. So oftentimes I might not think the same way as people, but when I buy things because it's a privilege. Like, you don't need video games to live. You don't need technically you don't need these apps and devices to learn a language. So it's extra. It's really, we live in a world where it's kind of weird, where the choices you make for purchase comes at the expense of the person's product that you're buying. Like, for example, oh, this game wronged me because I bought it voluntarily and it didn't deliver on my expectations. That is something I cannot empathize with. However, I do sympathize with people who may be misled based on advertisement. I totally understand that. However, a lot of times, it's actually the other way around. People have higher expectation than what is advertised. And that is where I kind of draw the line. What is the prices on the subscriptions? That's a good question, and that would be something I would try to know, you know? I think they're both the same price. That's not what I meant to do. Hold up. One second. Let's see. Price. Subscription. Oh, I can't see subscription prices because I have a lifetime subscription. $9 a month. $9 a month. $90 a year. So you save on 2 years if you buy a year, right? That's kind of standard practice. Duolingo is very similar when it comes to like buying a year as opposed to month basis. And then Hansa Hero is $15 a month. $15 a month and $10 per month annually. So it is the same price monthly, like for annual. So they're both 100 annually. However, Hansa Hero has a higher monthly than Wanikani by $5. And then their lifetime also is more expensive. It's $350 for the lifetime subscription, and it was $250 because of year. It was $250. Both had a discount. It was $250 for Wanikani. Is a lifetime subscription actually unlimited? It's unlimited for as long as the product is supported. That's what lifetime means most of the time. So if the developer suddenly like had to close up shop and the server becomes inaccessible, then that's the end of the subscription. So it's a lifetime of the product, not the lifetime of the creator's IP. To be very clear, there's a difference between like buying ownership of a copy versus buying ownership of accessibility. So this would be an accessibility thing, which people are not used to sounding. Wow, that's a rare subscription option for what you've seen. It is. And it's a really, really risky decision oftentimes. So both of these, both Wanikani and Hanzahiro, had lifetime subscriptions. It actually factored into my pledge for doing these projects. I think it's a very brave move, and there was a lot of deliberation on Kevin's thing, and by coincidence, Hanzahiro reached a point in which he was comfortable in releasing a lifetime subscription. Because if you buy a lifetime subscription on vaporware, right, people can sell lifetime subscriptions based on promises. But Kevin waited substantially until the product is worth what it is now, and then guarantee everything else. And if you think about it this way, Wagotabi, the Japanese video game, the app, is also technically a lifetime subscription, barring that they don't add microtransactions, because they continue to add on a near monthly basis more content for $5 on your app, on your phone, and there's no microtransactions in sight. So that might as well be constituted as a subscription, because they have a live rolling update model. How they make money? Crowdfunding, or to offset their cost. So these are, in my opinion, are things I take into consideration when I invest in things. So I do earnestly. And there's other things. For example, Wanikani contributes all of their stuff to open use, and so does Hanzahiro. That makes me a lot more comfortable in not being pursued for like some sort of royalties or copyright or something. And obviously it is being pedantic. I add far more than what is offered by the tools, but they also are other people's products. So I do give back regardless of how absurdly disagreeable some people think I might be trying to think that my small amount of money would change the face of large enterprises. It starts with people like me. So I believe in products. I put my money where my mouth is most of the time. And that's kind of the thing. Dude, Japanese Duo work on me? I mean, I'm still reviewing in Wanikani, I'm still reviewing some of the stuff I remember from Duolingo Japanese. So it's been like over 100 days, and I still have not run out of things that I remember from Duolingo Japanese. And when I played So to Speak, almost all of it was entirely So to Speak was almost entirely fueled by Duolingo Japanese. Like, I breezed through So to Speak largely because the way they show the input is very similar to, but even more augmented. As in, what I mean is there's even more context. So when they say, when you say that you saw everyone complain about Japanese Duo, it's because it doesn't do enough for them. It doesn't make it easy enough. And then because it doesn't make it easy enough, it doesn't force enough retention. So what I mean by that is it's twofold, and they contradict each other a lot of times. Duolingo operates on like 99% comprehensibility. So you're doing like 1% of the work. So it gets boring super fast. It also relies on synthetic voices, which people keep pointing as a place of complaint, but it's a place of reference. But you could have 0 voices at all, which is what most people interact with Japanese a lot of times do. They just read, they don't even listen. So even not having synthetic voice, they make the argument that having synthetic voices will make you even worse at Japanese from where you started. It didn't for me, but maybe it does for other people because they're creatures of habit, but it didn't do for me. It actually gave me the point of reference to contrast and point out all the differences that I can modify in So to Speak. So to Speak has all recorded audio, and they are produced by native speakers that Eric knows. So Eric knew all those people, and they all spoke in a way that I recognize from anime and stuff, like from podcasts and vlogs. I noticed their yos and their nes and stuff, and I can produce that, which is fine. In terms of Duolingo Japanese, I have yet to resume it, by the way, after 300 days. I am about I would say arguably only halfway through the Japanese course, and it covers most of like all of N5 and then like half of N4 so far. And I think it's supposed to be just N5 and N4 most of the time, with a sprinkle of N3 possibly. When it comes to like concepts, implicit concepts, not explicit. They don't explain all of those things. It was my motivator to occasionally dabble in grammar and whatnot. And then when I was playing So to Speak, everything was contextualized. So it was like working downhill as opposed to uphill. And the thing that people complain about a lot of times is Duolingo does not present enough context. There's not enough context to make it easier and to associate context. So oftentimes when you associate context like realistically and naturally, it removes the effort needed later on, right, to make that association. So like, oh, I walked into a bar. Well, if a device like Duolingo presents a bar situation with these words, you would naturally then come up with the idea like, oh, I'm in a bar now, I would say some of these words and whatnot. That is not what Duolingo does. It does not do that. Not really, not at all. And they don't explain grammatical concepts, like not to the extent that would be satisfactory for most people. They do explain grammatical concepts, not to the extent of industry standards or whatever the Japanese diaspora industry standards is. At least that's what the complaint is. Also, in terms of vocabulary, most people say it's really, really slow. Agree to disagree there a little bit, because the slowness is what they're talking about is kanji introduction. And that is something that I would say I totally understand. So it takes about 150 to 200 days for me to get to a point where they shift over to introducing kanji. Now, in that time, the next 50 to 60 days covered almost all of Wanikani's kanji. So yes and no, in the sense that you could skip all the way over there because they kind of like do this thing where, okay, now you've seen these kana, you've heard this so many times, now we're just gonna replace all your kana with kanji. So every time a vocabulary word is introduced, it's an old vocabulary word, now it's represented with kanji. So they kind of compartmentalized it to the point where they're like kind of underestimating people or their impatience. It doesn't take someone 150 days casually to get used to kana, or most of those Japanese people, language learners, would think. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I mean, I drop kana still every once in a while, so I'm not gonna say I'm one of those people. But what happened is, by the time I got to them introducing kanji, they introduced kanji on average 10 kanji every single unit. and those units are unlocked. So those units, it takes less than a day. It actually takes less than 2 hours to complete a unit with 10 kanji. And not just 10 kanji in the sense of repeating kanji, but often 10 unique kanji that you haven't learned, and 20 to 30 new vocabulary words using old kanji and the new kanji. So if I were to compare it with Wanikani, it takes 11 days. Across 11 days to cover 30 characters, right? 30 characters. So ultimately, it kind of comes out, the pacing that people think in the long run, it's actually fairly, almost unrealistically rapid in Duolingo. And I've compensated for that. So I did my own way to try to reinforce, because one of the biggest weaknesses of Duolingo is it's not an SRS. It doesn't dynamically track how reliable you are. They're hoping that you retain something. They're not there to reinforce and keep you due diligent on your accuracy and tracking your own progress. Progress is masked as a participation reward. So I would say Duolingo is very synonymous with getting rewarded for attendance. And that, in my opinion, is the basis of the foundation of Duolingo's philosophy to begin with. It's the one very consistent thing that the founder, at least, the representative, the CEO of Duolingo, constantly reinforces. The goal of Duolingo oftentimes is to get you to show up. Now, whether you choose to retain something, you hope that showing up leads to some sort of retention. And the retention comes from engagement. So the gamification. And that's what I was talking to Eric about. The diversification of input, or the diversification of output, as in gaming output. Like the ways you interact with a game is an output. From a language, in my opinion, from a language perspective, like you're entering answers. That's the output of you entering an answer, because you should already know these things. And they try to diversify it. Now, the downside about Duolingo Japanese course compared to Spanish is that Duolingo Japanese course has about like 5 ways of output. The input will stay the same. It's translational. But there's 5 ways of output. Spanish has like 13. So not only do you go from one to the next, it always like they don't follow each other. The outputs are different. So you're interacting with the thing in a different way, as many way possible. The downside is that all of these ways are largely synthetic. And people that learn Japanese, especially Japanese, believe that the synthetic way that you're interacting is a worse use of your time, as in it's a less efficient way to use your time than if there's another app that does it naturally. Like if you can have a friend who is at your beck and call and you can just learn from them, then you can. And that is a better use of your time. And that's what I really appreciate what you said, Chong, about it's about consistency in the long run in some ways, and that most things are sufficient for language acquisition. And Duolingo does one thing that I feel, with an asterisk, far more consistently than most of the communities that I've been looking at so far. And that's dealing with burnout. And like low bottom line consistency. Now, does that equate to a quote-unquote productive language acquisition? That's where they get normalized. It's like, oh yeah, sure, Duolingo users are basically obligated to attach themselves to the app even if they don't want to. Like they're voluntarily doing that. It's like do your 5-minute lesson each day. Like you got to keep that streak going. This is the core of human interaction. It's capitalizing on effort deficiency is what I mentioned earlier with my discussion with Protocol. But it's very difficult to have a scalable model, which is what, so to speak, Eric is going to have to struggle with or decide, because industry standards require that you pump out content like a maniac, right? Content is the thing. So how does Duolingo go about doing content? They continue to expand what they have by laterally expanding, and then occasionally taking a showcase feature and then staggering its development going down. So they're simultaneously expanding while taking their time with adding feature sets. So in Spanish, French, and English are the three that has the entire suite of features. And then even math and music have unique feature sets because that's their newest plug. So it's a hit or miss. Japanese is tier A. Spanish, French, and English is tier S. And Chinese is tier B. There's 3 output engagement. I'm going to stretch Japanese to 6 if you include the momentary things. And Spanish has, if we were to stretch with the same thing, 16-ish. So you can see that there's far more ways that if you wanted to learn Spanish, you're locked in. It's very easily going to promote a lock-in situation. Now, there is a downside to this, in my opinion, like a habitual thing that I think Duolingo doesn't do because it's not part of their business model. And that's what happens. How can you get someone to grow out of something? What is the natural progression, right? And that's where I think I was trying to lean towards for Eric's so to speak thing. In Japanese, it's often N3. You offload N3 into your immersion of choice. There's a maturation for that. And many games now, or at least the few games, they tend to encourage that here's a leaping point, here's a step up point. Wanikani does do this. Literally, when you hit like level 10, then 11, and even the entire community on itself, when you hit 20 or 30, everyone has a constant reinforcement, okay, this is about the time where you want to slow down and then integrate other inputs in other forms of input and engage in other forms of output, because it's a natural leaping point. Duolingo doesn't do that. I mean, it's not that they have to, but they don't. Their natural leaping point is actually different. They want you to, if you're interested in Spanish, here's French. Try a little bit of French. Oh, French is pretty good? Here's so on. So what happens is you end up having someone who forms the basis for learning language, like picking up languages, as opposed to mastering a language, which I feel is a disservice a lot of times to what Duolingo does. You don't complete the Japanese you don't use the Japanese Duolingo course to master Japanese. You use it because you like to see Japanese and engage with Japanese in a different way, regardless if it's natural or not. I like playing video games. If you're going to tell me playing video games is a natural way to interact and entertain yourself, that is a hard sell. It is a natural way to someone who finds it natural. So why did I bring up video games? Because Duolingo is gamification. So for a lot of people, that is a natural way of how they engage with the language. Now, if you go around saying the natural way is how Japanese people do it, like you'd be surprised how many times Japanese people also play video games. So how do you think they interact with English? I mean, would prefer to interact with English. They could make an argument like, oh yeah, but we learn English in school. Yeah, naturally. Like like I would say it is a hot take here. The nice thing about English is there's a double standard. When I see someone speak English, like when a Japanese person speaks English and there's an accent, that's actually normal. It's normalized nowadays. It's not the same the other way around. So there's this like incredibly bitter like elitism that comes up with the double standard, where you speak a language that is accepting of other accents or proficiencies, and on the reverse hand, you alienate and ostracize people who do not adhere to a specific thing. Like insults like, oh, hey, oh, that guy is Duolingo competent in Japanese. It sounds like that synthetic voice. I'm like, okay. That's how it goes right now. Now the complaints, I say most of the complaints are valid. Like I've encountered my fair share of complaints about Duolingo Japanese, and most of the complaints are incredibly valid. The one criticism I have about their complaints is that they're looking for something that wasn't there in the first place. So like, for example, one of their complaints is, I wish Duolingo didn't use synthetic voices and bring back all the native voice, or hire a in-house standard paid voice actor to voice all these things. Like, well, yes, but they're not going to do that. They're not doing that. And then oftentimes they're like, well, they make a lot of money. Maybe they should invest some of that money into those things. Yeah, they're investing it in expanding, encouraging people how to learn more than one language instead of acting like an elitist towards one language or something like that. You could make an argument for all of these things, and I think everyone has valid complaints. The criticism I have is they don't seek solutions to those complaints. They wish for a product to be something that it's not. Like, I can understand when something is wrong, which Duolingo has, proofreading problems. So there's there are QC issues. Like Spanish course has some errors, much like Hanzahiro has some errors, and that can throw someone off the deep end. But rarely is it make up for, like, hey guys, I wish Duolingo focus on Japanese instead of paying attention to Spanish. That's what they're actually saying. Like, why, if Spanish has all this stuff, why can't Japanese have all this stuff? The facts, the reality is there are less people interested in Japanese than in Spanish. Like, by a long shot. Duolingo kind of discloses some of these stats publicly, and it's a no competition. But Japanese is doing pretty well. It's in the top 10. And then you start going down to Chinese and you have the same complaints. Chinese like, oh, this is crap. Like, it's synthetic. It's so awkward and it doesn't teach anything. HSK 1 through 3, pretty much. And then it covers, still to this day, I'm still seeing things that it covers in Hanzahiro. And I'm 100 days in. And we're getting into like HSK 3's characters. And I still have yet to see the counterparts. And it's in simplified, by the way. Duolingo is in simplified, so there's a little asterisk. I have to make the connection between simplified characters and traditional characters because I've decided to use traditional characters up to the point. So I've yet to exhaust the, I don't know, like 800 to 900 characters. And that includes like, okay, maybe some of it's Akame. We're going to say conservatively like 700 characters. That's about HSK 1 plus 2 and a third of 3. So we're finally getting there. And it took me 200 days, right? 200 days for the Duolingo Chinese course. And that's the B tier course. It's the B tier course. So I don't construct sentences in Hanzahiro at all. They both use synthetic voices, by the way. And Duolingo Chinese course has 7 synthetic voices. Some of them are a little bit wonkier than others, so you can definitely tell. And then there are definitely errors in them, so does Hanzahiro. But that doesn't make it so that I know it's an error, so I can correct it myself. So that's perfectly fine. If I don't understand that it's an error, then that can be a problem. I totally understand that. That's one of the concerns that people have, right? And yeah, it covers most of the topics up to this point, and it's in 200 days, and I'm doing way more. I'm writing also. I write because of Duolingo Japanese and Chinese. All of my writing skills, all my fundamentals now cover about 95 to 96% of every possible stroke order for the characters. Now I just need to know what is in those characters. So mnemonics, radicals. If I know the mnemonic, I know how to write it most of the time, right? And I don't do any of that in Wanikani or Hanzahiro. So if you equate all of that, it's still roughly about the same time, like in value for myself. Now, I haven't done any other things yet, and I don't think I will, because I'm already sufficient in starting to interact with other things. So we're moving on to LLMs next. And the LLMs give me the flexibility of writing plans and synopsis training and creative process. So I was going to do this in July or in May, actually, next month, but it got shifted because of other interests that came up. But the idea is I'm going to start prose writing. So I will use an LLM, and I'll use my skills, my foundational skills, to correct and or adjust the stuff. I would ask them things like, how do I explain the pros and cons of Duolingo in Chinese to someone who wants to use Duolingo Chinese, for example, to learn Chinese? Or how do I explain to someone who is Chinese in Chinese if they want to use Duolingo to learn English, right? So those are the things that I will be doing in the future. How do I describe this video game? How do I describe So to Speak in Japanese and to someone who is going to learn Japanese with it? Or how do I explain what I play to a Japanese person, like a game like So to Speak or Shashinko in Japanese? So all of my like experience and life and the things that I would do normally as a content creator or like this type of commentary, I will slowly start to create using LLMs. So I will create the motivation for myself, what I want to say in Chinese and Japanese, learn those things through LLM, and that's my next step. And the rest, I'm actually, and this is going to be a very, very hot take, I'm not concerned about conversation and sounding natural and speaking to a native speaker, because to me, that is the most exciting and rewarding and low effort for my life. And my specialty, in my opinion, if I have any specialty, is conversation and like conflict resolution and stuff like that. So while everyone else, which I rarely relate to nowadays, scorn and make any possible excuse to seize opportunity to talk to people in a meaningful way, regardless of your competence, and be worried about, oh, this person speaks better than me, or I'm so nervous. I don't have those things, unfortunately. I mean, you have my sympathies. I have that same feeling about being addressed as an expert. Like, the same dread is when someone comes up to me and they say, I said this because I'm an expert. That is dreadful. I'm not an expert in pretty much anything outside of what I just mentioned, which is conversation. So for me, I don't emphasize conversation because it will happen. For me, that's the most natural thing to come about. I could sound extremely unnatural, but it will get the job done. So, and that's how I approach English. When someone says, oh yeah, the best way to learn language is to learn like you were a kid. I am. It's pretty ironic, but do you know what it looks like for you? Do you remember how you learn English when you were younger? That's how I learned. This is how I learned English. Like, my current perceptions and whatnot, Duolingo is it reminded me why I loved English when I was younger. Like, what propelled me in English was vocabulary. I absolutely loved vocabulary. I love repeating things. And one day, all my things that I repeat, I can structure it around anything that I learn right away. I motivate myself to want to learn those vocabulary words and challenge myself to be interested in things that are uninteresting. That's kind of, but this is in no way a reflection of the vast majority of people. I think people think a certain way and they learn a certain way because they believe that that's the only way they learn. So, to that regard, they have my sympathies. Occasionally someone stop by and try to sell the idea of learning styles again, and personality styles and learning styles. And uh and I'm gonna do a little asterisk here. They were presenting that old conventional wisdom, which is debunked substantially now, that your personality and your preferences glass ceiling your ability to learn. So what happens is people think that there's a fundamental way with that transitionally, like knowing that people have an optimal way of learning based on their type, their personality. But there's a caveat to it. Those studies that suggest those things, or like a corollary meta-analysis, is pre-selected oftentimes. So it is through the experience of those people that they have those preferences. So I can agree and concede that certain people have developed learning styles and personality types when you're trying to teach an adult something. A child is more agnostic to that because they are inexperienced. They don't leverage those things. So this comes with that whole like conventional wisdom where if you're learning like a child, it means you're agnostic to the learning style. You take in whatever you have, not you learn like a child and it is a style. The theory is children are agnostic to learning styles and methods. They take in whatever they can proficiently because there isn't a pre-selection yet. There's less of a pre-selection. In adult life, we can bicker and argue and optimize styles and methods because adults are spurious. They have developed identities and experiences. So for myself, I know what that is, and I choose to expand it as much as I can. So when I say Duolingo Japanese works, it's because I've done it before, or I've done something that makes this workable. On Zahiro and Wanikani, I haven't ever done flashcards before, but the foundation that they operate on, the mnemonics and stuff, I have done as well. So through my exploration as a kid, when I became older as an adult, I am less restricted. That also means I'm not specifically good at one thing, which a person who is very good at one thing and there's like a tool that optimizes for that, they're gonna supersede me by like landslide. The statistics is in their hand. It's kind of like I sprint sometimes and I jog sometimes. I'm just gonna go and join a Olympic class field of only sprinters. How well am I gonna do? I'm gonna do terrible. It's gonna be absolutely terrible. But then I'm gonna pull up a math exam and race them on a math exam. Well, I spent a little bit more time on math than I did on the track. So that's kind of how I feel about the complaints about Japanese Duolingo. People come in with specific expectations, and the ones that speak the loudest are the ones that know what they want. They know how they are going to learn a language. They are the loudest because they can complain about exactly what it is. And then those people have so much influence that their entire community around them, regardless if they know or not, also perpetuate that echo chamber. Meanwhile, the vast majority of Duolingo users continue to use Duolingo. It's shocking. It's not even a close competition. So if you're talking about reality, like we're talking about orders of magnitude, and then you can point to like, oh yeah, it's because Duolingo got these kids addicted to Duolingo. It's like, would you prefer TikTok? Like you keep making arguments about apples and oranges comparison. So let's use a comparison that the Duolingo founder specifically used. Would you prefer the kid doom scroll on TikTok? That's their competition. And that's where I was talking about Eric, if he had considered integrating other like popular topics, because it does create an incentive, a tether. And Duolingo doesn't have a tether. I think that is probably the biggest complaint. That is the root of most people's complaint about Japanese Duolingo. It does not capture Japanese. And what I mean by that is it does not sound like native Japanese, because it can't, it's synthetic. It can try, but it will always be synthetic. Just knowing that the voice is synthetic will be enough to convince someone that it can never sound native. That's fair. Like, it is not a native speaker, period. Nothing is going to ever change that. The people learning Japanese, they can be native-like. Nothing is going to change the fact that they're never going to be Japanese. Right? It's the same strict objectivity if we were going to do apples and oranges comparisons. And at the same time, most of the stuff that I learned, I retained. Now, the one other complaint that a lot of people do in Japanese is that they know someone who never learned Japanese. As in, like, cue the testimony. I have this friend. They have like a 3,000 day streak on Duolingo, and they can't even construct Japanese sentences yet. I'm like, okay. May I ask you, did you sit and watch your friend use Duolingo for 3,000 days and observe what they did in those periods? Because I can show you what I did for 300 days interacting with Duolingo. Now tell me with your truest and honest perception, like perception in any way that you think your friend interacts with Duolingo Japanese like I did. Because that is how big it can vary between user and user. So I will concede that a vast majority of the users pre-select themselves into Duolingo because they're looking for something very, very easy. Effort deficiency, right? Effort deficiency is the core of the thing of the post-internet world. Things that people can get hyper dependent on is effortless, not effortful. So yeah, I do agree with a lot of people that say Duolingo Japanese course doesn't work because it's a person. I'm sorry for victim blaming in this case, but Duolingo Japanese doesn't work because that person already doesn't have the motivation to do so anyways. They might even lack the discipline. Now, one thing Duolingo can do is get the person to think about Japanese every single day, at least for 5 to 10 minutes. Is that enough for that person to make that 5 and 10 minutes into 30 minutes, into 40 minutes, into discovering Anki, being upset with Duolingo and discovering Genki, Dogen, Matt versus Japan? Probably. And then you have those complainers. Those same complainers that talked about Japanese Duolingo are now matured Japanese language learners who discovered a more advanced text and a more holistic way of doing things. Interesting. So this, in my opinion, is the essence of the life cycle that I'm more familiar with when it comes to the bigger picture. It's kind of like a person who is a really, really fast runner and they say they're too good for walking. Or a person who drives very, very fast and say, I'm too good to drive slow. Everything that comes in the beginning is cheapened by perspective of someone who's more advanced. So the biggest criticizer of, so to speak's game, actually the only criticizer of Eric's game, is someone who operates on the logic that it's a game and it's a puzzle game. Because when that person started talking about the Japanese terms that were confusing and stuff, I looked at those specific terms. It deals with the intricacies and nuance of Japanese. So it is surprising to me that that person would make those criticisms, suggesting that they were errors or obtuse, when I don't think they fully appreciate, in my opinion, the nuances of Japanese in general when using English. So that is, in my opinion, also one of the short-sightedness of people who compartmentalize their language. So you can say you learn Japanese really, really well without depending on English, but that also means you do not know how to practice explaining Japanese in English. You do not if your goal is to become fluent in Japanese, you can take routes that completely avoid needing to understand how to explain things in English to another person. So you can most definitely beat a puzzle game without learning anything about the puzzle game because you know how to play video games. And that's kind of how I feel about the complaints about Japanese Duolingo. It's largely related because Duolingo is gamified. So I love this topic, by the way, and it worked for me. But I want to take a very, very big bowl of salt, right, and say most things work for me. How well do they work? It's irrelevant to me in a sense, because this is what I like to do. If I'm voluntarily doing something and someone says painting sucks, right? This painting sucks. Be my friend we'll sit down and we'll make it not suck. That is the challenge. Now, remember though, if you're painting for your life, go find an expert, get her done. Because if your life is dependent on it, this is not what we're talking about. We're talking about exploring, being consistent at something you love to do, despite it being Duolingo. Let's elevate your Duolingo. Duolingo doesn't have to elevate you. You can elevate yourself. So I think that's my mentality. So I think it would be a disservice to say that Duolingo Japanese works and end the discussion there. I think most things work for me. And because this is a stream or like content creation, I choose things that will likely work even before I start doing them. So I choose from the highest probabilities and then go down. And that list is so long that if someone said, hey, do you want to learn how to do a backflip? It's like, sure, let's jump on it. It's somewhere on my list of things that I would love to be able to do one day. Or again, do a backflip or do a handstand. There are quite a lot of things that is on that list. And that to me is my way of saying, I'm not like everyone, but I try to be like everyone. Like, I like being relatable. So, while at the same time, I don't think Duolingo Japanese will work for everyone. In fact, I think it works even less. What is the success rate of, like, if I had to estimate, if I were to bet on Duolingo Japanese, I would say I would lean 60% against and 40% for. I think there are more people who would likely find out that they have retention problems with Japanese Duolingo and find something constructive than have after the honeymoon period. This is after the honeymoon period. And I think honeymoon period is about 3 months, is what I gathered. Like anecdotally speaking. So after this is good. This is honeymoon. Honeymoon period is awesome. This is like the person who first got into the gym, cranked out, and they're like, oh, I'm really good. And then you just keep cranking out, and then suddenly you burn out really quick. That's the honeymoon period. And then after that, I think it's about this, because it's too passive. It takes so little time. In fact, I might even shrink this down to 1 month these days. For me, my honeymoon period is a year. If I enter a program, for example, like a school program, right? Like a BS in business, or like a bachelor's in business degree. In most cases, students in graduate schools back in the day, like when you go to college, the honeymoon period is your first year, your freshman year. You learn like the ins and outs, things start to sour, things start to set in, and then you realize it's time to pivot or drop out of college or something. It's usually the first year, right? You get selected out hard by design. And for apps now, it's even lower. Sometimes, like for example, refund periods, right? For Steam, a game's refund period is what? 2 hours or something? If you have more than 2 hour playtime, you can't refund anymore. This ends up being a psychological honeymoon period for trying out a video game. What is Duolingo's honeymoon period that I've heard to the extreme? Some people said they used it for 15 minutes and realized it's boring. Someone literally told me it took them 5 minutes to hop on to the next best thing, which is Bushu, which I imagine in maybe 20 minutes, they're like, nah, it's Anki. And then Anki, maybe you'll give it like 2 months, and it's like, nah, it's, I don't know, Migaku. Migaku or something. That's kind of how I feel people progress. So I think Duolingo does a fine job getting people to either be frustrated and or be interested in the language enough that they will go and seek it. Other than that, it's a great litmus test, in my opinion. Duolingo is a great litmus test to see if you even care about the language enough. Like, if Duolingo is not enough for you to keep your streak in Japanese, I would first question whether something else can keep you consistent in the first place. Because it is such a low effort. It's so low that you do not retain anything. I rarely ever say I'm not doing work when I'm studying. To me, if I say I'm cruising along, then I am more than likely to learn less. And that is the nature of the beast. Would you break down a topic that considered to suck to see which components are more enjoyable to try and implement those aspects more in learning that topic? Yes, this is what we do. Yep. I took the way I interact with Hanzahiro and Wanikani now are taking some of the elements that I know works really well and works like cross wires. I cross wires. And I continue to farm more from Duolingo because this is Spanish now, right? So I've been drawing dioramas in my mind from the adventure thing that they use. What's the use if retaining the information is rare on Duolingo? What's the use? Stimulation. Stimulation and reminder. So what's here's the thing. What's the use of drinking water if it's rare to provide satisfaction? And then you're gonna be like, well, water hydrates. It's like, yeah, it does. You're retaining the information that water hydrates. But do you have to keep remembering that water hydrates? No, but if you're thinking about your water all the time, you could also think about hydration. Like, what other ways can you hydrate? Let's think about tea now. Oh yeah, that's dirt with water. That's an inside joke, by the way. I do enjoy my teas, but I often the people who first have their first tea experience, they often say this thing where like, wait, this just tastes like dirty water. It's like, no, that's tea. so that's kind of what's the use? The use is Duolingo does something that others do not. What is it? What is it that it does not do? Habit formation. This is what I extract from Duolingo. If you wanted something to teach you, like for example, if someone is asking me, oh man, how do I stay consistent learning language, right? Like how do I stay consistent in wanting at least to think about language? Okay, I would ask you, the first thing I would ask you is, what works now? Do you have any habits that you do that is unconditional? Like you can't live without it, right? If you can't, and they're all too hard, say like too hard to relate to language learning, try Duolingo. And then you hope, but this is not what happens most of the time, in my opinion. I think most of the time this does not happen. You hope that if Duolingo works, for the habit side of things, not the language side of things, the habit side of things, the person is like, okay, now I know what to look for. I want something like Duolingo, but now I want it to help me with the language. So I need something with a native speaker. And maybe also I need something with stories. Because Duolingo doesn't have those. But I want the thing that makes me consistent. And that's why Duolingo exists, in my opinion. One of the bigger things that makes Duolingo a facet of things. Regrettably, lots of these things, it's not like someone's explicitly telling you, hey, by the way, these things work because of these things, right? Like, this is why you want to continue your streak. This is why no one's explaining those type of things. And usually it varies dramatically enough that you do not want to use like a carbon copy. It's kind of like school and prescribing things. Like, oh, your source of motivation may differ substantially. But the thing is, when you engage in something and it works, you got to know how it works and why it works. For the record though, Duolingo, I didn't extract the motivator part of things. It was irrelevant to me. I have other sources of motivation. It is interesting to know what works for other people though. It does work quite well for other people. I think it is something that if you have nowhere to go, you just have nowhere to go. You're like, where do I start? How do I get interested in Japanese? I mean, like, I'm interested in Japanese, for example, or I'm interested in Spanish. And I just don't know what a regular thing looks like anymore. I haven't gone to school in a long time. I just don't know what it's like to constantly be reminded and nagged and incentivized to go on like TikTok. I don't know what it's like to be so dependent on having to go on YouTube the first thing I get up. Duolingo. That's the closest thing, in my opinion, to a language related thing. So if you want to hit a nail on the head of trying to develop a dependency, which is not the greatest thing, but you're desperate, right? You're desperate in not a bad way as well. You want inspiration. This is a great way to extract some information about your habits. Like, do streaks matter? If streaks matter, and then you go to Wanikani, there's no streaks, right? What can you do? You can make it a streak. What do they do in Wanikani to do that? Study logs. Wiki stats. Even if it's not in the system, people have ways to track their streak. Anki. How do you do Anki? Numbers. Numbers. Counting days. Still happens. Still happens. So, mind you, right? Do you think the rarity of retaining the information is a motivator to further expand your knowledge of the language outside of Duolingo? I don't think so, unfortunately. I think the rarity of retaining the information is often a motivator to quit. Like, I'm not saying everyone, but I think it's more likely to cause the person to quit and be maybe even satisfied with whatever they have. And that's not in the sense, that's a twofold thing. It tells the person of their own motivation, whether they believe it or not, or like whether they want to or not. And oftentimes I think people discover that their motivation to learn another language is less than they originally thought. Now, for those who do happen, which are more like part of the minority, it does end up becoming a motivator for them to expand their knowledge. So yes and no, but I think if I had to take a guess, more people are likely to discover that their investment in language learning is less than they originally thought. And in my opinion, if there's any resources that does not take a lot from you in the long run, it would be Duolingo. Like, what I mean by this is perspective requires some tact here. When you say, oh, I invested 300-day streak in Duolingo and it meant nothing. Like, I'm quitting. So it was all for naught, right? Because of end goal aspirations. They wanted to become fluent in Japanese or something like that. Then you lose this 300-day streak. In reality, I would argue this 300-day streak pales in comparison to a more extensive, matured program like 3,000 days in Anki, for example. So if this person quit, where their motivation is already lacking here, but they decide to power through, this would be an even harder quit. Like, in reality, when someone, I don't think quitting is a waste of time. I think it's a waste of time when you don't learn anything from it. So if you use a 300-day streak, right, and it meant nothing, and you decide to quit, did you learn anything from it? If you didn't, then yeah, I would concede with you. And a lot of people say yes, they didn't learn anything. And that's unfortunate, right? That's unfortunate. Was your motivation for language learning already solidified enough by the time you started using Duolingo for Japanese? It was solidified since I was born. I loved English and grammar when I was growing up. Again, English was my second language, technically. I had to learn English all the time outside of the household. Yeah, it has always been. It's about when I got to language learning, when I would tackle language learning. Not about if. It's always when. Most of the things I choose is when, as opposed to if. Solidified enough for the content of Duolingo was irrelevant to your motivation. Yeah, it wasn't. I think most things are useful because I make them useful. Whether they provide a profound revelation to my perspective on life and whatnot, not so much. Is that not a good critique for Duolingo usefulness in terms of language learning, or is it more of a filter for people who aren't as invested in language learning as they thought? A little bit of both. Duolingo is about spreading interest for language learning. Like, that is probably the plain statement that I would say. And when they say, like, it's the best language learning app, right, in the planet, they're really specifically saying it's the best language learning app. As in, what I mean is language learning. It didn't say it's the best way to become fluent in every single language. It didn't necessarily say it's the fastest way to learn language. Those are interpretations, in my opinion, but that's being a little loose. Like, if you want to be pedantic, then I can be pedantic as well, right? When someone says, oh, Duolingo said that this was the best place to learn Japanese to become fluent in Japanese, I'm like, okay, how do you know that? Well, they said specifically those words. I'm like, no, they didn't. So if you want to qualify it, then I want to qualify it as well. They did not say that. That is an exercise in reading comprehension, which ironically is required for language. Alternatively, is it a use? It has its use. So I use Duolingo nowadays to test the waters if so happens someone trusts my judgment about language learning. But oftentimes, a lot of people who end up searching for things, they already answer that question for them. Like, it's rare for me to find someone who says they haven't tried Duolingo. Then they have tried Duolingo. So whenever I ask them about the question, it's like, oh yeah, I want to spend the next 6 months cramming Japanese down my throat. It's not Duolingo. If you do that, you're likely going to quit. That's not Duolingo's design language. So yes, it's an excuse for their design language. Ultimately, I don't really find that critiquing a product from a fixed perspective is useful. I think critiquing the product and using it appropriately for the person is excellent. So it's more so a filter, I guess, for people. I look at products as a filter. If Duolingo works, I prefer to not try to change things that I can't change. Like, for example, I don't work for Duolingo, so regardless of how much I complain and whatnot, I will offer my criticisms where they're have an open ear, but I'm not going to go around and say I'm going to single-handedly change Duolingo. But I do know what Duolingo is useful for. So if I find an appropriate opportunity to match someone openly to a product that I have used before, I will try. That's what recommendations are, right? You understand the person and you understand the product, and you know if they're a good match, or attempt to increase the likelihood of a good match. I think nowadays people recommend products without the filter of people. Rarely do they ever filter for people. If I was the representative tester for everyone's method, then they would have very useless information. Right? Like, what I mean is, if they're measuring the efficacy of their product, like if 3 opponents are measuring the efficacy of their products and they target me, then they'll probably work. So what's the difference between the 3 of them? Well, I could explain those things, but their bottom line is not concerning how people interact with them. They're reading out metrics, right? Duolingo is reading out metrics, like millions and millions of people's metrics at the same time. It's very different if you're building a game and your audience is like 1,000. You can probably find some granularity in that type of thing. So there is resolution problems, even despite considering filter for people. Did you first start learning English when you started formal education? Yeah. English, I learned Mandarin. Mandarin, the first words that I said were probably Mandarin Fujianese. So far for you, Duolingo has seemed very similar to just looking up the translation of words, short sentences in Google Translate, which feels like a loose definition of language learning, but that seems like the usefulness of it as you have described. Yes, along with reminding yourself that you have to do it, which is the most essential core to Duolingo. So if you don't use those features, then you strip Duolingo of what it does best. If you do not turn on email notifications, you do not turn on notifications on your phone, you do not embrace or participate in upkeeping all the tasks that it tells you to maintain your streak, for example, and whatnot, then you are stripping Duolingo of what it does. It's kind of like saying, this plane sucks if I take off the wings. Or, man, this train sucks if I remove the tracks. It's like, well, basketball is not so fun if you take the basket away. Or, man, football really sucks if you take the goal away. Then it'd just be people running back and forth in the field. So that, in my opinion, is why there's a true double standard for comparative analysis. When an Anki person comes up into a Duolingo stream, they say, Duolingo doesn't do this. Anki does this. I'm like, okay, what does Anki do? Oh, okay, take that away? Because Duolingo doesn't have that. So now Anki sucks. That's apples and oranges comparison. You strip the tool of the thing you don't want to use because you have a learning style, an adult learning style. You do not want to educate yourself and use the learning curve again. It's a waste of time. If you know how to learn a lot of things without doing this new method, then there's no reason to do it. And that is incredibly pragmatic and reasonable. It's incredibly logical. And those are the people that I would not recommend Duolingo if I knew what they were like, right? If a stranger comes up to me, we spend 3 months educating each other about the way each other learn, I would know how to conservatively recommend or not recommend Duolingo, right? I wanted to use Duolingo to see how they're teaching, like how they're showing language. So I liked participating in streaks, practices, like the leaderboard, the quest system, the shop. I was exploring what Duolingo was doing most of the time. It was interesting to me. Whether I get the Japanese or not, I'll get it eventually. It doesn't even matter in what shape or form it's gonna be. I'm gonna find a way to retain the material. Like, actually, the highest retention rate that I have, it's not necessarily due to Duolingo. It's using what information Duolingo already collected for me. So yes, it's like going to Google Translate. Actually, it's more like going to a dictionary and having the dictionary on you at all times. Like, what I mean is, it's like having your smartphone with you the whole time. So if someone says, oh yeah, Duolingo is like using an auto translator and keeping the auto translator on you, it's like, yeah, it is. It really is. It's also your calendar. It's also that person that keeps nagging you that you don't want to listen to. Because the last time I checked, people don't even like to go to school on time. People don't like to show up on time. The things they love, they don't even make time for. They have absolutely garbaggio time scheduling situations. And also, another important thing, they have so many things going on in their life that they don't really like to do. And the last thing they want to do is schedule and make time for when to look at a language lesson. SRS is very excellent at doing that because it also schedules everything for you. In fact, it is so flexible that it even schedules things when you get them wrong, and it also keeps track of everything when you're absent. In fact, SRS slaps you in the face so hard for slacking off that you can't slack off. Duolingo gives you a little bad tap on your hand. Like, there's like, no, go back to your lesson. We're not going to add more workload to you, but that's a fair warning. You're making Duo cry, okay? Stop making Duo cry. Get back to your lesson. We're not going to double your volume or make you do homework. And then SRS, what SRS does is, here's 5 times more volume because you skipped 5 days. So get on it. That's in my opinion what people need. So if I were gonna say, if someone comes up to me and say, oh yeah, I hated school, I'm never on time, I love procrastinating, Anki, off to you. Anki, go find an alarm clock. Go and find some friends that nag you every day. Did you learn Japanese yet? Go find those things because you're gonna need more than that. You're going to need more than Duolingo to help you retain things, because Duolingo is not going to help you double down on things when you're skipping and being light on yourself. And that's where the seriousness comes from. So was your first experience with English language on the first day of kindergarten? It was on the first day of first grade. I actually spent kindergarten in a bilingual school. And the bilingual school was not English. It was Mandarin. So it was Mandarin dominant. Actually, I might have learned some English in kindergarten. Maybe in K5, I might have learned some English. But it was not till first grade. We moved out of New York. Yeah, I might have learned more mathematics and Arabic. Like, I might have learned more mathematics and English before I learned English. Exploring a language learning app where the way in which that app teaches you about that language is irrelevant due to your immovable interest to learning that language sounds quite freeing in a way, as you don't have to consider anything like the efficiency of it because it's given no matter what. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Freak. So, Procall, what you just said, I'm gonna say again. Exploring a language learning app where the way in which an app teaches you about that language is irrelevant for progress towards an end goal due to my immovable interest in learning that language, or learning the way that language is being learned, is absolutely freeing, because in no way am I ever going to likely fail due to the underlying immovable interest. And because of that, efficacy, efficiency, and stuff becomes a secondary concern. It's often when someone asks, oh, I need to learn fast, right? A lot of times, here's the thing. People need to learn fast because they're afraid they're going to fail. So there's a timer on their success, right? And yeah, you could say there's a timer on my success, death. But I'm going to be real with you. If death is my upper limit, then I could care less if it's efficient or not. It's death. But hear me out. That's being absurd. So, for me, I'm consistent. In fact, sometimes I don't even get to this point. Like, I don't even get to wherever the point they're talking about, like fluency. There's a very likelihood that I would be N3, like N3 for the rest of my life, right? B2 in Spanish, and HSK 5 for the rest of my life, and I will still be playing video games and doing things in those languages. It's irrelevant because it serves my purpose. These are the things I'm interested in. Nothing is going to stop me from getting to these things, regardless of the things. Now, hear me out though. I have an interest in language learning. Like, I have an interest in language learning. And that has motivated me quite a bit. So, every year, I like to hope that I keep being interested in language learning. Notice I didn't say Japanese, Chinese, or Spanish. I legitimately am saying in the English language, I'm interested in language learning. Not the same as being interested in being fluent in Japanese, Chinese, or Spanish. Most people say they're interested in language learning, but in my opinion, they mean they're interested in becoming fluent in their one language that they're interested in, or maybe in their two languages that they're interested in, or they are interested in becoming a polyglot. They're not interested in learning. That is different. That is my motivation. I play video games again and again. I play different iterations of similar video games to understand iterative design. I play indie games to understand what goes behind indie development. A polyglot? This is someone who speaks more, we'll say more than 4 languages. Sometimes it's a bit of a wiggle room. This is above multilingualism. So, I say 4 because I'm using myself as a personal milestone. Someone who speaks more languages than I do, basically. Polyglots are anyone who speaks more languages than I do. And it's arbitrary. I don't speak 4 languages. I speak at most 2 languages. If not that. I think recently with my little foray in Spanish, I can make myself sound like I can speak casually in Spanish. And I can say I can casually speak in Chinese now. Off reading, as opposed to having the person directly in front of me. Not Japanese. Like most time was invested in Japanese, but Japanese, of course. I feel like there's a better word I could have used instead of immovable, but I can't think of one. So, the idea is motivation. The nice thing about motivation is one of those, like, if there's a will, right, there's a way. And it's a pretty decent like idiom with some asterisks. If there's a will, there's a way to be satisfied, is what I want to add to that. I am satisfied. So it's very freeing. It's very freeing if you know you will be satisfied. Like, like ask yourself, right? Here's a rhetoric. If you wanted to be in my mindset, right? If you want to get into my mindset, and we're not talking about jobs and stuff, things you have to do. Now, you wake up and you say, okay, what am I gonna do on my free time for the next 30 days, right? Like, what can I occupy my time being super interested? Like, I just want to do it all the time and think about all the time. You pull out a little list and you look at all these lists and you realize that you have more things in your life that you can possibly do before you die. And you pick any one of them and you rest assured that you will be satisfied if you dedicate any amount of time to them. That's probably how I feel right now, most of the time. Now, hear me out. That's to balance all the things you have to do. So most people are juggling 2 lists. The list that they want to do, and then the list that they have to do, which is working, family, relationships, taking care of like older family members, like my parents and stuff. All of that is still there. Now, it's interesting how a lot of that can bleed into your demands for the things you choose. So, language, right? When a language learner becomes infatuated with their target language, Japanese, it ends up becoming an obligation. And that's when satisfaction is not guaranteed anymore. Satisfaction is not guaranteed. The moment there are other contributing factors, but one of the strongest contributing factors is when your hobby or the thing you want to do, the guarantee of satisfaction disappears with obligation. So when someone says, I don't know if I want to start Japanese right now, I'm afraid I never become fluent. My first thought is, would you ever be satisfied with just learning Japanese? If the answer is no, then I would strongly consider revising that to be consistent. Is it helpful if you broke it down to you're going to be satisfied if you can be N5? So you can start there, as opposed to saying fluent in Japanese. Because your goal is so far off and you already set yourself up for a standard that might be an obligation that you can't outlast. So getting someone to start is fantastic. And Duolingo teaches that. When you start something, Duolingo is not telling you, like, I mean, you can look at it if you want, but it doesn't tell you like, oh, hey, by the way, you're what? You're like 50 out of 300 characters into JLPT N5, by the way, and you keep on looking at this ticker like, oh man, I'm only going, oh man, that's tomorrow. Like 10 months later, it's like, oh man, I really should be getting closer to this 300. That is looking down the path. Duolingo is asking you one more day, 5 more minutes, 1 more lesson. Do people extract that? It's a mixed bag. I think most people are goal oriented, like long goal oriented, before they even start using any of this stuff. They're far like more specialized in goal oriented thinking. So like when you start Anki, how do they pick their decks? 4K deck. That's the goal. 4K. Let's go. My deck construction, I probably start with 100, maybe a 300 deck, maybe like a 500 deck later, maybe a 1K later, and then like not related to these, like not these, another deck, I would construct it myself probably. So the idea is you have goals, and then you have the big goal. But in my opinion, most people start with here and they stay there. It's just that. So every day will feel insignificant. This conversation would feel insignificant. Because if you start thinking about the course of one's life, this conversation might not mean a lot to you anymore. Like, the promise of future conversations could make this conversation insignificant. Kind of one of those things. Human. It's a very human condition. And I do this, for the record, I tell myself this a lot because oftentimes I have to step back and look at a bigger picture, biology, for example, and then try to bring myself back, because sometimes you have to look closely and far away, closely and far away, not like restricted to one thing. That's besides the point. I'm belaboring it. The Oxford definition is knowing or using several languages, but several is often subjective as to what the count. Yeah, that's why I said that I'm using myself as an arbitrary metric. So it's greater than 4. Because a polyglot could be 2. That's more than one language. That's several. But multilingual is defined as 2 plus. But then multilingual isn't only 2 plus, 2 to 3. By polyglots is 4. Now, where did this come from? It's kind of like saying a compound. What is a compound? 2. What's a polycompound? Or a polymer. We'll just say a polymer. More than 2. But it's usually more than 3. Because we have compound. Or, like a monomer versus a dimer. And then a trimer. But you can keep going, or you can just hit polymer. So that's where the whole polyglot thing comes from. Although a polyglot, there's no like monoglot. Like it like English is, this is an English thing probably. Like there's no like monoglot or like a biglot that goes into a polyglot. Like I don't know. Maybe a linguistic person, a linguist, will be able to answer that question for you. But I adjust it. I was learning by immersion. I'm learning linguistics by immersion. So it's filled with patchy holes. It's one of the in my opinion, one of the drawbacks of not having discipline while you're trying to learn by immersion. What's a great way of learning by immersion? Telling people that the secret to a healthy diet is to never eat carbs. That's learning by immersion. Is it the fact that you want to dedicate the time to do what guarantees the satisfaction? Yes, it probably is. It's one of the core principles. Satisfaction is often a self-constructed when you are voluntarily doing things. So we have to remember the axiom. The axiom is voluntarily. If it's a voluntary choice, one of the highest guarantors of satisfaction is your desire of investment. I'm not saying that reality it is useful. We have to be careful here. I'm not talking about literal stuff. Satisfaction is equated and proportional to the time you're willing to invest into something. Elevates the chances of it being satisfactory. It does not guarantee anything, but it elevates the chance. Because there are plenty of situations, what's a rebuttal? What is a way that weakens my suggestion just now? Passive learning through immersion is arguably the most misrepresented. This is passed off as best in slot, like the best thing. And what I mean by this is, in theory, when people read the theory, they're assuming active learning or active participation. But when advertised and practiced, People are passively learning through immersion. So when someone tells me, oh yeah, you gotta learn by immersion, immersion's the GOAT. It is, if you apply the theory of comprehensible input with immersion, it is the GOAT. And then you have the qualification when applied appropriately. And where does that go to? You want to learn, as in you want to be active. So if you want to dedicate time to something, you are more likely to be active in that process. If you don't want to learn a language, you are less likely to learn regardless of the method. In fact, the easier the method, the more it is sold, the more likely you are passive in the response. So when someone says, I want the easiest way to learn a language because I want to be fluent in Japanese, and they pick the easiest a method that they can find, they are more and more likely to be passive. So when someone says, I've optimized my learning, I disagree. Because if you're saying, oh yeah, I'm just cruising through Japanese, this stuff, it plans everything out for me, like, that's not optimized learning. Optimized learning is when you're doing all of that and you also want to learn and you're actively improving it every single time because you care about your learning. You want to invest your time into your learning. If you are not interested in that learning process, it is not optimal, in my opinion. It is very unlikely to be optimal. Now, it will still work. So it is not optimal, but it could be sufficient. And those are the quote-unquote experts that tell me what's the best thing to do. I don't want to work easy. I don't want to work as hard as I want. I could. So it's irrelevant. As in, you don't know if you give me a product that takes away all my efforts. Like if I just cruise along, I don't know, tap the thing and I trust the process, that could actually slow down my rate of learning. Will it still work? Yes, it will still work because I will probably do it. I will be consistent at doing it. So it will work. Will it be the best? No, probably not, because there's no room for improvement or there's no room for my engagement. And that to me is not a problem that everyone has. In my opinion, I think the vast majority of people do not have that problem. They typically have the problem where I only have 3 years to invest in this. So if I don't get this by 3 years, it'll be a waste of time. So they spend the next year contemplating about how to do things, and then they start the thing and realize they only have 2 years left. But then they're like, okay, well, I have 2 years left. Okay, let's go look for a better lesson. And then 1 year eclipse again, and now they have 1 year left, and they're gonna go look for a method that only has 1 year left. And then the sad, disheartening part is they may never start. And I'm using years, by the way. This can happen in months. Actually, this would be a more realistic scale for people who are deciding to start new things. I'm using years because that's my scale. So I think of things in years, but you could say something like, oh man, I really love this song, but I will only pay attention to it for a month. How could I learn this song in a month? If they achieve it, success. If they take too long thinking about how to learn how to play a song, like maybe 2 weeks, and realize they only have 2 weeks left may never start. How do I go about it when it comes to wanting? The Japanese seem like fun. All right, let's start. Where do I start? This looks good. Took 2 days. Let's go. What does it look like in 10 days? It could not even involve what I started with. Like, you just keep going. Like, it's not like the thing I'm going to start is going to be the thing that I stop with. It's a journey. Like, you start somewhere and you get somewhere. In my opinion, personally, for myself, if I took the time to figure out the best method, right? Like, people spend more time, in my opinion, now we're comparing apples and oranges. I would argue people spend more time looking and scouting and worrying about optimization, about the best start, than I spend completing Duolingo. Now, you might be thinking, well, that's not a big deal, because if they first start, they'll catch up, right? They'll catch up really, really fast. It's like, yeah, but it's not like completing Duolingo means I don't do anything else in the process. I do other things. What they believe in, what the people who talk about the best start is, they want to start and finish the same way. So they want a tool that takes them from start to finish. So meanwhile, while they worry about that, if I complete Duolingo, I might move to their tool, whatever it is, and then I move on to the next one, the next best thing, and then the next best thing, sure. And what I mean by best is whatever is the next most interesting thing. And I stopped deliberating about which one I should start, which one I should go about it, because I trust my own process. I trust that whatever it is, I'll extract what works, what I like, what I don't like. And what I don't like, I actually use as examples, by the way. Like, for example, today when I was talking to Eric about the negative and positive and pros and cons about industry and academia, I didn't go into industry. There are so many things that didn't strike me as interesting in industry. But that didn't stop me from learning about industry enough so that I can use it as an understanding. So most things that I don't want are learning lessons, and they can be used in order to inform my next decision. Remember, in my opinion, that if you don't know what you don't want, then you also don't know that. So if you're doing things and you think I'll always be able to avoid bad things and worse things and less efficient things, you wouldn't ever be able to leverage that to prevent yourself from doing so anyways. So in my opinion, here's my last final punchline. And this is a hot take. If you think you never do inefficient things, right? If the internet can convince you that everything you do is max, it's best, how do you know you are inefficient? Now, the easiest answer to that would be comparison. Right? Comparison. But hear me out. If you don't know what is efficient and you're going to compare it with another person, how do you know what's inefficient? Like, how do you know what to look for to compare inefficiency? I don't know how to answer that question, by the way. I actually legitimately, I asked people, hey, so do you know why it didn't work? And they're like, I don't know, it's boring. Like, okay. So what are you doing now? It's like, yeah, I just find most things boring. It's like, okay, so how do you not make it boring? Like, do you know what you mean when you're saying boring? And they're like, well, yeah, I do know. Then how do you not, if you know what's boring, then how do you not avoid it? Or like, how do you not work on it? Like, for example, how do you not find something that isn't boring? Or be interested in finding something that isn't boring. So you hate, sure, you hate tomatoes, for example. You hate tomates, right? You hate tomates. No me gusto tomates. Uh, los tomates. Then what about other things? Or if you know why you hate tomatoes, then isn't there some way you can use that information to hate tomatoes less if someone wanted you to try tomatoes? That, to me, is how I feel about criticism these days. I've yet to meet someone. I'm sure I'm not going to, because I'm a novice, right? I tend to be a novice in most things. So, the odds of me meeting someone who knows what they're talking about is if I go seek them out myself. But I do have some leeway. Indie developers tend to have a habit of showing up sometimes, and I absolutely love it. So I double down on indie developers. Like, what was the last time? The last 4 times, 5 times. I'm like 5 for 5, I think. I've talked to Elemental Evil's developer. I got a chance to talk to Corpseman's developer, or one of them. I got a chance to talk to Shashinko's developer, Ryan, like just once, but still, it's more than I thought. All this is extra, right? And now, so to speak, I think I'm missing one. Oh, Wakotabi. So that's kind of neat. Like, there you have it. You gotta start somewhere. Are they like leading experts and industry leaders? No, but I'm ever grateful. It's satisfactory to the max. Like, what someone else might be thinking is, oh yeah, no, like these are small time developers. They're, in the grand scheme of things, I'm gonna become like a AAA star. Like these are just stepping stones. That, in my opinion, that's kind of the opinion that I feel people have about Duolingo. Hey, yeah, go ahead. Use Duolingo for like 2 weeks. You're gonna grow out of it. It's gonna suck anyway. So, use it as a stepping stone and then move on to new and better things. It's like, okay, that's how I can recommend Duolingo for most people. And I wouldn't have it any other way, I suppose. I mean, that's what it serves. You can use Duolingo until you're not dependent on it. Anyways. Oh, I still have to review my Spanish. Today's been a long, drawn out. Okay. I gotta review my Spanish thing. Sorry. This is good. This is good. All right, let's get back to this. Okay. Talk about plans. What do we have? You're gonna head off to bed. It's been good chat. Yeah, it's always been great. I hope you can catch up on study that you lost from a long digression. Nah, we got this. We got this. You know me. I've already planned for this. We already got this. Sleep well, Procrawl. I'll catch you when I catch you. Stay safe. Think deep thoughts. I look forward to our next deep thought, deep think. Take care. Sleep well. Okay, so Section 3, Unit 13. Talk about plants. This actually took me by surprise. I was very rusty with the direct object, right? So we got introduced to more direct object. The heck? Direct object shenanigans. And this was dealing with introducing more verbs. And let's go over the verbs. Decir, quedarse, pensar, oh yeah, till after you sleep. You're right. Yes, tomorrow. Leave a notebook, write down some stuff. Decir, quedarse, pensar, invitar, a special one, gustaría. That's actually a gustaría is a different tense. Gustaría. I feel like I missed one. Oh, venir. I think that's all of them. And we're using, there's also new indirect objects. So these things, you can either use like the plus the direct object, or you can move the direct object to the front. Things like te. And then the phrasing is even more interesting when it's combined with a gustar verb, where you get like, how did it work? Oh no, not a gustar verb, but more of a ir plus a plus an infinitive, where then you can add the direct object in the front. So that's where I got tripped up quite a few times. So something like ir a decir, so you could like say like decir. So going, right? To go, you can say like voy. Voy a decir, and then you can say te up here. So I'm going to tell you, hey, voy a decir. And that, I was a little bit rusty. I forgot that's how that worked. So I was like tripping around a little bit yesterday, or the day before. That was pretty neat. It's sobering. And then there's a lot of vocabulary as well. There was some significant vocabulary. We had primero, which segundo was not in it. It's to complement like próximo. It was also que tiene, like the next thing. So like día, el día que tiene, right? The next day. Other plans. Oh, por supuesto, which is of course, or alternatively, claro. Claro is okay. Maybe there's some nuance between those. We have like objects or something. I feel like this is pretty good. This is pretty much everything. And then we have podcasts. Let's go through our podcast stuff. So pod 1, this is where I break out the title because I'm not very great with titles. Terrible with quotes. Secret Fiesta. This was Lucy because secret. So two guys, dos hombres, right? Dos hombres. One person is staying. Oh wait, staying. Oh no, quedarse. Staying. So one person's like staying for 3 days in Madrid, I think. And then the other person invites that person for a party. And that's what the secret party is. And Lucy's like, well, you know what they say, La Fiesta can be a secret meeting for, oh, there was a rhyme, he said. But anyways, secret fiesta, right? Secret meeting, clandestine meeting. Okay, pod 2. What was pod 2? Park plans. We nailed park plans as well. It's a Lin. And one guy talked about how they schedule plan fun. Wait, fun. I think pensar is also plan, so it's fine. A pensar can be think as well. So one person planned like to go to the park el parque and have a fiesta. Well, most of it is dealing with like fiesta. And Lynn is like, I prefer to plan my naps. Right. I was gonna make like a Spanglish joke, El Napo. Fiesta. I guess like piensa mi siesta. Then part 3 is party invitations, which we were on the mark as well. And that's Lucy. I mean, not Lucy, Lily. Honestly, I have no idea what happened here. I have no idea. I'm pretty sure it was like 2 peeps again. And they were talking about what time. What time is the party? Which is important. I guess we have todo el tiempo. There's also todo el mundo. Or is it todo del mundo? I think it might be del mundo. Or like everyone. I think it's todo el mundo. I'll have to double check. For everyone. And then Lily's like, nah. Party's too much. Or like party of one. And then we have adventure. Which was kind of interesting. So it's to the park. And I think it was Lily. So we played the role of Lily. There's some hidden lore in here. So we have a bus stop, right? And Vikram is up here waiting at the bus stop. And then here we had weird, but we had a fish cart, and it was Falstaff. Falstaff was just chilling by a fish cart. And then down here, there's sidewalks, and Eddie is just chilling here. And a car, right? So a car down here, and there was a duo. A duo suit here. And turns out Eddie is the person in the duo suit. So secretly duo might actually be Eddie. Anyways, and then you're here. You're Lily. So you go to Falstaff and Falstaff's like, hey, ¿quieres un pescado? Right? Do you want a fish? And your response was like, no, I want to go to a park. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué tienes que ir al parque? Right? Like, why do you have to go to the park? And you get to respond, it's Zari. Zari, cumpleaños de Zari. It's Zari's birthday. So Falstaff's like, oh, okay. If you want a bus, it's nearby. It's over there. Ahí. Right? Ahí. So you go over and you go to Vikram. And Vikram asks, ¿qué pasa? Right? And Lily says, oh, when does the bus, right? Cuando llegar, or cuando llega el autobús, like when does the bus arrive, right? When does the bus arrive? And Vikram, right, was like, oh, it'll arrive in like 30 minutes, right? And that'll take him to las tres de miedo, 3:30. But Lily's or Zadi's cumpleaños is at 3 o'clock. So they're like, I know. So then you go down here and you ask Eddie, because his car is just magically sitting in front of the block. And Eddie's like, so what's up? Like, I need to go to the park. And Eddie's like, oh, me too. I need to go to the park. It's like, but I can't go to the park right now. I need my keys to go to the park. And Lily's like, ¿a dónde su llave? Right? And they're like, oh, it's in my suit. So he had a mascot suit, Duolingo mascot suit. Everything is in there. So go in there, you pick up the llave, and then you go back to Eddie. It's like, sweet, now we can go. And that was it. I'm looking for a game. I need to look for a Spanish game. Like, I'm very close to booting up Cyberpunk 2077, picking up Phantom Liberties and playing it in Spanish. Cyberpunk 2077 is in. Yesterday I discovered that I didn't realize how big CDPR's investment was into their games. Cyberpunk 77 has like 9, or I think like it's like 8 or 9 different voice casts, and it includes Spanish. We can also do a Japanese playthrough, a Chinese playthrough. Like, I'm eventually gonna get back to Cyberpunk 2077. I played it on launch, but I haven't played Phantom Liberties yet. So maybe sometime this summer sale I'll pick up Phantom Liberties and we'll do stuff before Witcher 4. And I still have yet to do a Witcher Legacy, and Witcher 1 might be remastered at some point. So we'll play the OG Enhanced Edition Witcher 1, which, by the way, also has a language learning fun trivia. Back in the day when I played Witcher, before the Witcher Enhanced Edition was available, the English version was like a poop shoot. Like, with all due respects, because this is fun retroactively, it was a poop shoot because it was largely a game geared towards the Polish audience. Because even by then, the Witcher books weren't even translated yet. I don't know how I came across Witcher before then, but somehow I came across Witcher even before then, like the early days, and it was different. It was very different. So there was English like version of it, and it was rough. It was very rough. It almost felt like the early days of JRPG games where, like, what did they just say? Like, what does that even mean? So nowadays, though, the Enhanced Edition came out and they redid all the dialogue. So the English is now, because it became a commercial success, right? More successful than they thought. The CDPR was very humble back in the day. And then, of course, Witcher 2 comes out and the rest is history. But nowadays, CDPR productions are like 7 to 8 voice crews, apparently. So we can totally play Spanish games. But what I really want, in my opinion, it panders to me. I'm not like asking someone to go and do this, but if someone happens to find that there's a Spanish and or Mexicano production crew, maybe adjacent, that has like a Japanese infused cultural thing where they were written much like Witcher is written for Polish, I would love to play that game. The reason why now is I have such a different connection with listening to languages now. I have so many things I can listen for and talk about. As opposed to back in the day when I say, oh, this is the phrase in Japanese that I associate with this meaning and stuff. Not as abstract anymore. And sure enough, I'm delaying my other plans for May because Claire Obscure, Obscure, probably Obscure, is one of those games for French, of course, for French. And I'm looking forward to finding like games of different things. The closest thing I've had to like French was anything from like Santa Monica Studios. A lot of times it's Canadian, but Santa Monica Studios often have some infusion of French Canadian. So like a game back in Ubisoft days, like Santa Monica Studios, was Child of Light. That was the last thing. I'll be talking about that in another 2 or 3 days. I'm trying to reflect on it because I'm doing like an introduction to Claire Obscure, which is what I'm going to spend most of my extra time in for May. Just, in my opinion, need to interact with another language, which I have no idea what's happening, right? I don't know any French. That's beyond like your hello, goodbye, thank you, and some of your earlier stuff. And I want to know what that feeling's like again, like differently. It's not the same anymore. However, I still listen and consume a lot of shows where I don't have comprehension of a lot of it. Japanese is no longer that thing, so I kind of want to see how it's differing now. Like, I watch anime now through a very different lens. So it's very, you can't undo that. So now I want other things. Be inspired to be interested in other languages. It would be great to have like staggered developers in different languages that have voice casting crews. Because I want to hear the language too, not just see. I think for the longest time, the vast majority of games are localized in text only, and it's fantastic to see that a French studio is getting an accolade of that nature. Might be a great reason to brush up on some French. Not that I have a lot of French to brush up on. Okay. Anyways, just a plug for another Romance language. Alright, let me see if there's anything. Luego. I forgot about Luego. How could I forget Luego? Oh, cambiar. I forgot about cambiar. Todo el mundo. Okay, todo el mundo. And that's it. Yep. So I missed a big one. Cambiar is a great verb. Luego? Luego is gonna come up. Right. Alright. So express wants and needs. What time is it? We're already past 1 a.m. Okay. Alright. Wants and needs. ¿A dónde quieres ir a cenar? Oh, to eat lunch. To eat dinner. ¿Cenar esta noche? Quiero ir a cenar al restaurante nuevo. Fair enough. Empezamos a pintar la casa mañana. To paint. I want to start painting that. Okay. Necesito una taza. Order? No, cup. Taza para hacer té. Oh, para, in order to. Yeah, that precedes the infinity. Okay. Or the infinitive, I meant. Mañana vas a levantarse a las 6? Going to get up and. Sí, necesito levantarme. Oh, there it is. Levantarme temprano mañana. I need to wake myself up. Levantarme. Estamos aprendiendo a cocinar. We've already seen that English we say that I want to something, but Spanish you can simply say yo quiero estudiar. Oh yeah, because yeah, we already covered this. But certain verbs such as aprender, ayudar, and empezar require an yeah, before the infinitive. Yep. And boy howdy, am I going to forget that. Every once in a while. It's going to be trial and error and repetition. Empiezo a trabajar el lunes. Siempre te ayudo a estudiar. Yeah. And then you have te.
Siempre te ayudo a estudiar.
For the direct object. Alright, hold up. Alright, let's get into it. We gotta lock in today.
Ellos salen a cenar.
You sounded really weird, Falstaff. Ellos salen. A cenar. Okay. It's fine.
Queremos salir a almorzar.
I think that's more of an English interpretation, but that makes sense though. Queremos salir a almorzar. Oops. Yeah.
No tenemos
No tenemos ganas de salir a cenar hoy. Oh, ganas. Oh. No tenemos. I like tripped over my own lips
¿Tu
there.
madre te enseña a nadar?
¿Tu madre te enseña a nadar? It sounds weirder in English than it does in Spanish. Oh no. Oh no. I know.
¿Quién te enseña a tocar el piano?
No está bien.
¿Quién te enseña a tocar el piano? ¿Quién?
¿Quién enseña a tocar a tocar el piano?
El piano.
Oh, I'm teaching you probably.
¿Quién te enseña a tocar el piano?
Okay.
Ella me enseña.
Ella me enseña a manejar el carro.
¿Estás aprendiendo a dibujar?
¿Estás aprendiendo a dibujar? Uf.
Estoy aprendiendo a cocinar pollo. ¿A qué hora quieren cenar?
Pues ahora. Son las 10 de la noche. ¿Y dónde pongo los naranjas? Oye, estoy aprendiendo a cocinar pollo. ¿A qué hora quieren cenar? Pues ahora. Son las 10, yeah, it's already late. But right now it's 10 p.m.
¿Cuándo empezamos a estudiar?
¿Cuándo empezamos a estudiar? When do we begin studying? To study? Empezamos a hacer la tarea ahora.
Es la 1. ¿Empezamos a cocinar el almuerzo?
Pues yo quiero salir a comer al restaurante nuevo. Okay. Well, you just want to go out to the new restaurant.
Nunca te ayudo a lavar la ropa.
Nunca te ayudo a lavar la ropa. I never wash his clothes. I never help wash his clothes. Okay. Or your clothes. To wash. Jeez Louise, using two. Todas las mañanas yo ayudo a Carolina a cepillarse el cabello.
Cepillarse.
Ella tiene el cabello muy largo.
Largo.
A veces ayudo a mi abuela a trabajar en su jardín, ¿sabes?
¿Sabes? Yo quiero aprender, pero el español es difícil, ¿no? Pues puedes ayudar en mi jardín también, ¿no? Well, you can help in my garden also, can't you?
Él está.
Él está aprendiendo a fly 飞是什么 volar
Volar.
un avión
Avión. Pequeño.
pequeño. I don't think I got volar, and it's not highlighted. All of a sudden, volar. Los pájaros.
pájaros.
Los pájaros tienen que tienen que aprender a volar.牛子需要牛子 or 牛这个牛需要洗飞。
Queremos.
我们要
Aprender.
学，我们要学
A.
飞机。
Aviones.
Okay. It's after midnight. Oh my gosh, it's already it's well after midnight. The Yap Nation. Okay. La taza. El papel. 纸 right 纸 or kami.
La entrada.
La entrada. Entrance. Iriguchi.
Entrada.
Entrance. Okay. Iriguchi. Piao. Right, piao. Oh, I forgot about fecha. I think fecha was part of the last unit too.
Entrada.
Entrada is also ticket. It's interesting. So this piao works kind of like...
Necesitas papel.
你需要纸吗？
¿Dónde quieres desayunar? 我们喜欢吃早饭在哪里？我在哪里？我们喜欢吃饭，或晚饭早饭。 Oh, you, not us. Whoops.
Desayunar.
Desayunar. ¿A qué hora quieres desayunar? 什么时候你喜欢吃早饭吗？ Or I don't think you need to say that. Just 什么时候 It's good enough.
Necesito recordar tu dirección.
Necesito recordar tu dirección. Recordar. Remember? Oh, your birthday. She's your address.
¿Cuántas tazas de café quiere usted?
只多几个杯几个
杯子，杯子，咖啡，咖啡你喜欢几个咖啡？几个杯子？几个瓶？几个杯子？咖啡？嗯
Vamos a la librería para comprar libros.
La librería bookstore. Hmm. So something like Honya. Honya ni oh ono kau. Like kau ni ikimashou. Something like that. We're going. We are going. Should we go? Yeah. Should we go to buy? Maybe not so should we go. Just ikimasu. Ikimasu works. And I'm not sure if you use ni to make the infinity phrase. But I know you use the plain form. So this is honya. And then honya
Librería.
honya ni. So you're doing the buying, right? And then we have hon o, and then kau to buy. Kau. And maybe like kau do or kau ni ikimasu. So going to buy books. Position at the bookstore. Interesting. Oh, but it's kind of viewed somewhat as a no. They're both future and present. We are going. Oh, in order. How does this work? In order. We're going to the bookstore. Oh my gosh. In order to buy books. Oh my word. ¿Necesitas un libro nuevo?
Libro.
Yo trabajo en una librería los fines de semana. Joe Moore, right? What is this? 週末 necesito ir. So like what? Hon. Atarashi hon no naru no? Maybe? That sounds okay. Atarashi hon no naru no? Iru no?
Necesito ayuda. ¿Puedes recordar la dirección de la librería?
Pues no. Yo nunca compro libros. Whoa. Calm down.
Necesito encontrar mis libros para estudiar.
Encontrar. To find? Or what is that? Yeah, to find. Mis libros. Mis libros. Okay. Estudiar. 学习
Tienes que encontrar la dirección.
Tienes que encontrar la dirección del hotel. 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 What is hotel in? Maybe passenger, like 旅. Oh, 旅馆. Maybe 旅亭. 旅楼. Something. Something like travel plus a place.
Compro 2 entradas para ir al cine.
旅市 or maybe 旅四 Sorry, respiratory allergies.
Compro 2 entradas para ir al cine.
Compro dos entradas.
Entradas.
What the heck was entradas again?
Compro 2 entradas para ir al cine.
Para ir al cine.
Ir al cine.
Entradas. Tickets, dang. Tipo. Or chequeto. Chequeto? Perhaps. 票. 票. Fecha. Fecha. Date. Too many things.
Tasa.
Tasa. Bay. Bay and kapu.
Examen.
Examen. Examen. Espero. Espero. Esperar. Esperar to wait. Motsu. Or matsu. Matsu.
Gatos.
Gatos. Neko. Alright, Neko. Mao.
Necesito recordar tu dirección.
How did I screw this up? Oh. I don't want to talk about it. Ashi? Ashi.
El pie.
El pie. Tui. Tui. Jiao.
El pie. La oreja.
La oreja. Mimi. Mimi and I have no idea. Ear. La oreja.
¿Cuándo vas a ducharte?
¿Cuándo vas a ducharte? Ducharte. 你什么时候洗澡？你什么时候会去洗澡？洗澡。
¿Por qué no quieres ducharte?
¿Por qué?
¿Por qué?
¿Qué?
¿Por qué no quieres ducharte?
No quieres ducharte.
Ducharte.
Mis pies no me escuchan.
Mis pies no me escuchan. Oh. What? My... What?
Pies.
My feet don't listen to me? I see. That's kind of an idiom, sort of. That's kind of funny.
Queremos lavarnos las manos.
Kind of like these feet don't lie or something like that. Or these hips don't lie, sorry, not feet. These hips don't lie. Queremos lavarnos las manos. Okay. En esta casa tenemos que lavarnos los Nani. Ojos, dientes.
Dientes.
Dientes antes de ir a la cama. Fair enough.
Mis orejas están muy sucias.
Mis orejas están muy sucias. Okay. It's kind of weird. Kitanai. Right. Totemo kitanai. What is that? Watashi no mimi wa totemo kitanai. Kitanai da.
Tienes que levantarte ahora.
Tienes que levantarte ahora. Okay. Wait. You... Okay. 你需要起床。你现在需要起床。
¿Para qué quieres levantarte temprano el domingo?
¿Para qué quieres levantarte temprano el domingo? Para salir a correr en el parque. ¿Vienes? Okay. Vienes. I got it confused with something else.
Voy a levantarme en media hora.
Voy a levantarme en media hora. Okay.
No me gusta levantarme temprano. No, me gusta
Levantarme. ¿Ne? Temprano.
Quiero levantarme tarde este domingo.
Quiero levantarme tarde este domingo.
¿Usted quiere probarse la camisa?
¿Usted quiere probarse la camisa? Oh, try on the shirt? Oh, okay, that's fair.
La
mujer, ¿no? La señora. La señora.
Señora.
La señora necesita probarse esa falda.
Falda.
Mis.
Watashi no mimi wa mimi?
Orejas.
Orejas
Están
muy sucias. Totemo inai. Or yeah, I think. Los señores o no. El señor quiere to try probarse. Zapato.
Zapatos.
Aquellos zapatos. Yeah. Send help. My allergies are acting up.
¿Pueden ustedes esperar?
¿Pueden ustedes esperar? Wait.
Quiero quedarme contigo hoy.
Quiero quedarme contigo hoy. Quedarme, that's stay, right? Ana, no quiero salir. No quiero
Salir.
Me gustaría quedarme en casa y ver una and want to see a película. That's fine. Contigo.
No tenemos que quedarnos aquí.
Quedarnos. Queremos quedarnos en casa hoy.
Esta aldea es pequeña y bonita.
Aldea. Nani kore? Aldea. The heck? Village?
Aldea.
Aldea. Village. What do we got for village? I had village today. Don't remember. Oh. Twin. Yeah, twin. Esta aldea. Aldea es pequeño y bonito.
¿Para qué quieren cambiar sus boletos de avión?
Cambiar. Something I forgot yesterday. Para quedarnos unos días más en esta aldea. Claro.
¿Quieres ponerte esta chaqueta?
¿Quieres ponerte esta chaqueta?
¿Necesitas ponerte este abrigo ahora? Necesitas ponerte este
Abrigo ahora.
ahora.
Me gustaría ponerme este abrigo.
Okay. I would have said would you, but do you like to put on this coat? I would. Oh my goodness, that's not a question. Quiero ponerme estas botas porque creo que hoy llueve.
Ya tienes un abrigo rojo. ¿Para qué compras ese abrigo negro?
Pero no ponerme el mismo abrigo todos los días. Oh, what a... That's spoilage right there. Privilege right there. Not wearing the same coat every day. That's an antihistamine. Sorry, guys. My allergies are really kicking my butt right now.
¿Quieres probarte esta chaqueta?
¿Quieres probarte esta chaqueta?
¿Por qué no quieres probarte la camisa? ¿Por qué no probarte la? ¿Quieres probarte? No. La
What was the item? Camisa?
camisa. ¿Por qué no quieres probarte la camisa?
I totally forgot the item.
¿Vas a probarte?
¿Vas a probarte estos pantalones? Probarte. Aldea. Oreja. Escuelas. Nota. Esperar. Aldea. Aldea.
Me gustaría ponerme este abrigo.
Okay. That's a lot of stuff today. Quite a few that I'm not familiar with.
Necesito recordar tu dirección.
Me gustaría ponerme este abrigo.
Quiero ir a cenar al restaurante nuevo.
What? Okay.
Cepillarse. Largo.
¿Para qué quieres más papel?
¿Para qué quieres más papel? Y
Empezamos a hacer la tarea ahora.
empezamos a hacer ¿Nani? A cenar. ¿Cenar? Hacer tarea. What? Ahora.
Empezamos a hacer la tarea ahora.
Oh yeah.
Ahora.
Empezamos a hacer. Ups.
¿Por qué no
quieres probarte la camisa?
¿Quieres salir a cenar con nosotros?
¿Quieres salir con nosotros?
Nosotros.
¿Cenar?
Cenar.
Or cenar con...
Salir.
Salir. Hold up.
¿Quieres salir a cenar con nosotros? Salir. ¿Quieres salir a cenar con nosotros?
Makes sense.
Tienes que desayunar.
Tienes que desayunar para empezar bien el día. I want to have breakfast or eat breakfast in order to start the day well. No.
No tenemos ganas de salir a cenar hoy. No tenemos ganas de salir a cenar hoy. No, tenemos ganas. A salir.
What?
No. Tenemos ganas de salir a cenar hoy.
We don't want. We don't feel like. We don't want to feel like leaving to go out to have dinner today. We don't feel like going out to dinner today. We don't feel like going out for dinner today. Okay.
¿Tienes que desayunar antes de ir a clase?
Pues no, solo necesito 2 tazas de café.
Queremos
Cold.
salir a almorzar. Queremos almorzar. Salir.
Wait.
Queremos salir a almorzar.
Empezamos a hacer la tarea ahora. Empezamos a hacer la tarea ahora.
Okay. Then SOS. My mucus
Queremos
factory
quedarnos
is.
en casa hoy.
Oh, my mucus factory is in overdrive. Queremos quedarnos en casa hoy.
Lo siento, no puedo esperar.
Esperar.
Empezar,
Queremos
aprender a volar aviones. Aviones.
A veces ayudo a mi abuela a trabajar en su jardín, ¿sabes?
Ay, Daniel. Tú siempre pones los pies en la mesa. No me gusta.
Estoy aprendiendo a hacer pájaros con estos papeles de colores.
Pues esos papeles son mi tarea de español, ¿sabes? I mean, that's weird. María quiere probarse. Okay, that's fine.
Los chicos quieren salir a bailar.
Los chicos quieren salir a bailar.
Bailar. Los chicos quieren salir a bailar.
To go out to dance. Yeah.
Me gustaría quedarme en casa hoy. Quedarme.
Necesito dinero para pagar esta taza de té.
Necesito dinero para pagar esa de té. Wait. Usar para.
Necesito dinero para pagar esta taza de té.
Para pagar taza de té.
Necesito dinero para pagar esta taza.
Compro 2 entradas para ir al cine.
Compro 2 entradas para ir al cine. I am buying. Buying? No. Oh, these these verb phrases though. Compound verb phrases.
Mary, ¿te gustan estos pantalones con esta camisa? A mí no. La fiesta es hoy y no sé qué ponerme. Necesito tu ayuda.
No tiene amigos. Yeah. No sabe qué ropa usar. Wanna put on this jacket.
¿Quieres ponerte
esta chaqueta?
¿Qué tienes en tu oreja? ¿Queso viejo? Ugh. Tienes que ducharte ahora. Por favor. That's cheese. Old cheese in your ears? Explícame.
¿Quieres?
¿Quieres probarte
Probarte esta chaqueta.
Necesito levantarme a las...
Levantarme.
5. Y mi amigo tiene que levantarse a las 6.
Levantar.
No queremos desayunar esta mañana.
All right, time for the best segment. Arguably, very debatably, a love letter.
Una carta de amor.
Not Zadi this time. Interesting. Okay.
Sari está con Junior
Oh, just kidding.
en la biblioteca.
¿Qué estás haciendo, Junior?
Estoy escribiendo una carta.
¿Y para quién es la carta?
Es para una chica muy genial.
Ah, ¿es una carta de amor? ¿Es una chica de tu clase?
What's the catch?
No, es una adolescente.
Adolescente. Interesting.
¿Una adolescente? ¿Como yo?
Sí, y es mi vecina.
Vecina. Neighbor.
Un momento. ¿Esta chica es una adolescente y es tu vecina?
Sí.
¿Y es muy inteligente?
It's not you, Zadi. Get over yourself. I'm kidding.
Sí.
Junior, ¿la carta es para mí? Lo siento, pero eres...
Demasiado joven.
No
No es para ti.
Es para tu mejor amiga,
Lily. Oh, that's awkward.
¿Le puedes dar la carta a Lily, por favor?
Oh my gosh. That's weird. Oh, there's no follow-up. Genial. Estás haciendo momento mejor dar. Alright. That's a bit cute, you know?
Una carta de amor. Sari está con Junior en la biblioteca.
¿Qué estás haciendo, Junior?
Estoy escribiendo una carta.
¿Y para quién es la carta?
Es para una chica muy genial.
Ah, ¿es una carta de amor? ¿Es una chica de tu clase?
No, es una adolescente.
¿Una adolescente? ¿Como yo?
Sí, y es mi vecina.
Un momento. ¿Esta chica es una adolescente y es tu vecina?
At least we know they're neighbors.
Sí.
¿Y es muy inteligente?
Sí.
Junior, ¿la carta es para mí? Lo siento, pero eres...
No, no es para ti. Es para tu mejor amiga, Lily.
The same difference, though.
¿Le puedes dar la carta a Lily, por favor?
Estoy escribiendo. Mejor. Adolescente. 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 Chica. Lo siento. Alright. Time to get our typing in.
Luego.
Luego.
Lección.
Lección.
Pensar.
Pensar. What was this? Volar.
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 Mi padre
Es enseña a cocinar. Me enseña.
Siempre te ayudo a estudiar inglés.
That's so weird sounding. I always help you to study English. Nunca te ayudo a lavar la ropa.
Ellos están aprendiendo a manejar.
¿Tu madre
te enseña a nadar? Madre. Nadar. Nadar.
Me gustaría salir a cenar esta noche. Cenar.
Aquel pájaro está aprendiendo a volar.
¿Quién te enseña a tocar el piano? Al.
Wow.
Ellos salen a cenar.
¿Quieres salir a tomar
That helped. Oh, heckin' avión is masculine.
A menudo te ayudo a cocinar el arroz.
A menudo te ayudo a cocinar el arroz. Okay. I can't do this. Oh, it's just I. It's fine. I can't do the two thing. I don't use infinitives. Apparently I don't use infinitives very often.
Empezamos. A leer un libro nuevo.
Otros. Oh no. What is... Oh no. No sé. No sé feel. Oh. You know. No ganamos? No ganamos. A cenar ahora? Does that include the going out? It doesn't. I need salir, de salir. Okay. We have... Oh yeah, it's have feeling. Yeah, we need tenemos. Tenemos ganas. Please.
Empezamos a estudiar la japonés en escuela.
Hacer. A. Tarea.
¿Quién te enseña a tocar el A?
A menudo te ayudo a cocinar el arroz.
Is it or ganas straight away? Ganas ganas de salir. Salir a cenar ahora, hoy? Son of a bee sting! Oh no, I forgot about the no. Save me. Too many special things together. There are a lot of special things compounded in this dense sentence. What the heck? Okay.
Taza.
Taza.
Venir.
Venir.
Papel.
Papel. Lección.
Entra.
Malo.
Malo.
Luego.
Luego.
Lección.
Lección. Papeles.
¿Cuántas tazas de café quiere? Tazas.
Escuelas.
Escuelas.
Lección.
Lección.
Encontrar.
Encontrar. Entrada.
Entrada.
No puedo
No puedo recordar tu número de teléfono.
Necesito encontrar mi teléfono para llamar a mamá.
Esta taza es más talla. Taza.
Para
recordar tu cumpleaños tienes que tomar muchas fotos.
Quiero mirar mis fotos para recordar las vacaciones.
¿Quieres salir a desayunar?
¿Cuántas tazas de café usted
I put usted here?
quiere? Usted.
I think usted goes at the end. Son of a... Oh, I put quiere in the wrong place. Whoops.
Estudio mucho para encontrar un trabajo bueno.
Hi.
¿A qué hora quieres desayunar?
Estamos en una librería. Solo hay libros. Okay. Para comprar libros. You need to necesitas ir, or necesitas ir, or oh no, necesitas ir a la librería. Oh no, I think I need an here.
Son of I don't! I overthought it! Oh no! Oh no. Yeah, I'm having trouble remembering the verbs. Oh no. Ayúdame, por favor. Don't want to eat breakfast this morning, okay. Oh no. Oh no. Save me. Okay. I don't remember which ones use Oh no. I don't remember anymore.
¿Cuántas? Taza de café. Usted.
Examen.
Examen.
Gustar.
Dar.
Venir.
Venir.
Oreja.
Oreja.
¿Cuándo
vas a ducharte?
Gatos.
Gatos.
Oreja.
Oreja.
Aldea.
Aldea. Esperar.
¿A qué hora vas
¿A qué hora vas a levantarse mañana? Necesito... ¿Ne? Necesito levantarme. Levantarme temprano mañana.
Esas botas son grandes para mis pies. 10 pies.
Queremos lavarnos las manos.
Hola, Amanda. Soy Marco. Mañana no puedo desayunar contigo porque necesito levantarme temprano para ir al trabajo.
Mañana Marco se levanta temprano.
Vamos a lavarnos las orejas.
Quiero levantarme tarde este domingo.
Qué bonita día en la playa, pero ahora nosotros tenemos que lavarnos los pies. That's weird. I guess the sand is fine. La señora necesita probarse esta falda. Oh, I wrote esta instead of esa. Esa. Don't you want to shower? ¿Por qué ducharte? No ducharte. Oh, no. No quieres ducharte.
¿Necesitas ducharte ahora?
Tenemos que lavarnos los pies.
La chica no quiere robarse el vestido. That's fine.
No puedes
no puedes levantarte hoy. Oh,
tarde.
tarde hoy. La señora necesita robarte de esa falda.
Oreja.
Oreja.
Examen. Salsa.
Aldea.
¿Vas a
probarte estos pantalones? Probarte. Probarte. Ok.
Salsa. Esperar.
¿Ne?
Ya.
Oh, ya.
Lección.
Quiero
quedarme en esta aldea.
Tienes que ponerte pantalón. Ponerte.
Mary, ¿te gustan estos pantalones con esta camisa? A mí no. La fiesta es hoy y no sé qué ponerme. Necesito tu ayuda.
Bruno, tienes que ponerte esta. Ponerte.
Quiero quedarme en este lugar bonito.
No quiero ponerme ese vestido azul.
Okay. Necesito ir al baño ahora. El próximo mes.
Yo quisiera quedarme más tiempo.
Lo siento. No, wait. Espero. Oh, no. Oh, no puedo. Esperar. Ok.
No tenemos que quedarnos aquí.
Okay. Tienes que ponerte pantalones. Wait, do I need a definite? No, okay. ¿Quieres poner? No. Robarte esta chaqueta. Oh, I think I misspelled something. Queremos quedarnos en este hotel. Vas a poblar. No. Provided. Oh no. Because we're gonna do ponerte. ponerte estos, estos pantalones. Okay, it's either. Okay, fair enough.
A menudo te ayudo a cocinar el arroz. ¿Cuántas quiere? Café. Taz de café.
I'm about to sneeze. No está aprendiendo aprendiendo hablar. Does this require an I don't remember. Un avión pequeño. Son of a Okay. So I think it's entender, aprender, and then something else. So far. Oh, dang it.
No tenemos que
That was today,
quedarnos
not
aquí.
now. Oh, salir. Motion also needs. Oh, we don't have to stay here. Jeez.
Queremos
Oh,
quedarnos en casa o
Empezamos a hacer la tarea ahora.
No te ayudo a lavar la ropa.
oh, even help. Yeah, help requires it.
Empezamos a leer un libro nuevo.
I'm gonna need to review these. All the
no tenemos que quedarnos aquí.
No tenemos que quedarnos aquí.
Okay.
Necesito encontrar mi teléfono para llamar a mamá.
Empezamos a pintar la casa mañana. Empezamos a pintar la casa mañana.
Oh, even to start. Oh. Oh, not this morning, but just tomorrow.
Tienes que ponerte pantalones.
Ponerte. Dang it. I wasn't reading the tense. Save me. Hot chocolate. Chocolate caliente? Oh no. Not caliente. No, no. No recuerdo. Oh, it was caliente. Oh, they would take it anyways. I see. Okay. What am I thinking of?
Queremos lavarnos las manos.
Quiero
Quiero quedarme en esta aldea.
Yo tengo pies muy grandes.
I have very big feet. I'm taking pictures. Oh no. Is that different? Tomar? Estoy tomando fotos. Para to remember? Oh, no, wait. Ecuador? I am so uncomfortable with this right now. Oh my gosh. Oh, just tomo. Okay. Tomo photos. That's fine. I went. It says I'm taking pictures. Estoy tomando. Okay. Alright, that's fine.
¿Quieres aprender a volar un avión?
¿Quieres aprender a what? A volar. ¿Sales a comer, a comprar a la... ¿Sales? ¿Te gusta comprarlo?
Me gusta.
Esta aldea es pequeña y bonita.
Oh, what?
Esta aldea es pequeña y bonita. Hola, Amanda. Soy Marco. Mañana no puedo desayunar contigo porque necesito...
¿Quieres probarte esta chaqueta? ¿Quieres probarte esta chaqueta?
Son of a... Okay.
Mari, ¿te gustan estos pantalones con esta camisa? A mí no.
Quisiera. Quisiera. ¿Ne? Or is it... Oh. No. Quisiera works. Quisiera... Salir de... Quisiera de salir a cenar tonight. Esta noche. Son of a... Oh, they use gustaría. I swear this works too. What if I put a meh in it? Yeah, what if I put a meh in it?
Menudo. Te ayudo a cocinar arroz.
It is so hard for me to know which one is in infinitive. Oh boy.
Compro.
Compro dos entradas y el al cine. Oh, para ir al cine.
Yo estoy
aprendiendo a bailar salsa.
Compro 2 entradas para ir al cine.
¿Qué?
Compro 2 entradas para...
Okay. Alright, we get to chill a little. Listen to a throwback story for a little bit.
Hoy no trabajo. Vikram está en la cocina. Su esposa Priti llega.
Buenos días, Vikram.
Oh, yeah.
Un momento. ¿Por qué estás en casa? Es martes.
Hoy no trabajo. Tengo el día libre. Estoy muy emocionada. Quiero hacer muchas cosas.
Priti va al gimnasio. Más tarde, ella visita un museo. Priti vuelve a su casa y lee un libro en el jardín.
Hola, Priti. ¿Qué tal tu día?
Bien, pero estoy un poco aburrida. ¿Hacemos la cena?
¿La cena? Pero son las 2 de la tarde.
Es muy temprano. ¿Qué puedo hacer?
¿Por qué no te sientas aquí y descansas?
Priti se sienta unos minutos.
No me gusta descansar. Es aburrido. Voy al trabajo.
Llega. Puedo. Hoy gimnasio minutos. Can't relax. Work.
Hoy no trabajo. Vikram está en la cocina. Su esposa Priti llega.
Buenos días, Vikram.
Un momento. ¿Por qué estás en casa? Es martes.
Hoy no trabajo. Tengo el día libre. Estoy muy emocionada. Quiero hacer muchas cosas.
Priti va al gimnasio. Más tarde, ella visita un museo.
Oh.
Priti vuelve a su casa
I was
y
reading
lee un libro en el jardín.
the choices.
Hola, Priti. ¿Qué tal tu día?
Bien, pero estoy un poco aburrida. ¿Hacemos la cena?
¿La cena? Pero
Pero
son las
los
2 de la
dos
tarde.
Es muy temprano.
¿Qué
¿Qué
puede
puedo
hacer?
¿Por qué no te sientas aquí y descansas?
Priti se sienta unos minutos.
No me gusta descansar. Es aburrido. Voy
Voy
al
al
trabajo.
The whoop. Jardín. Descansar. Minutos. Lee. Aburrida. They're crazy from resting.
Un reloj para...
Un reloj para mi esposo. Reloj.
El jefe...
El jefe tiene una carta para la mujer.
Él va a vivir en México por un año.
¿El what?
Él va a vivir en
México
México por un año.
año.
Él va a vivir en México por un año.
Estos camisas son para nosotros. Queremos jugar. ¿Tocar? ¿Qué?
Queremos
tocar
tocar
el piano para mamá.
Mamá.
Ese
Ese sombrero
es para
papá.
papá.
Un regalo para mi hija. José no quiere tocar el piano para la familia. Oh, Jose. Oh, don't give me that. Oh, and doesn't like. Whoops. Doesn't want. I used
Ella va a
one.
viajar por 26
Same
días.
difference. Yeah, that's fair enough. Flore, right? So este flore es para ti. Esta flor, oh.
Voy a estar en Barcelona por 3 días.
I don't remember.
Voy a estar en Barcelona por 3 días.
Voy a estar Barcelona.
En
esa-
Barcelona.
Por 3
3
días.
días. Voy a estar en Barcelona por 3 días.
Oh, es just
26. 3.
Este abrigo es caro para mí.
Una paleta. Pelota. Yeah, pelota. Necesito una pelota. ¿Jugar o a jugar? Oh no. I think it's a jugar, but. Oh man. I think it's a jugar. Football. Oh, I forgot about jugar al football. Oh, para. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that English is not helpful. That English does not help. Oh boy.
Ella.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, the activity is to play football. That's right. How in order to. Is that's it, in order to. Okay.
Escribe. Una carta. Para el jefe. Los
chicos nos ayudan con la fiesta.
Rafael y Ana nunca nos escuchan.
No escuchan.
Esa chica tiene...
Esa chica tiene 19 años. 19.
¿Quiere usted pagar en efectivo?
En efectivo.
Señor. Paga en efectivo usted.
I could have done it the other way. It's fine.
Las maestras nos ayudan en la clase.
What?
Las maestras nos ayudan en la clase. Las maestras nos ayudan en la clase.
Quiero buscar un sombrero para ti.
Ellas nunca nos escuchan. Escuchan.
Tú vuelves del trabajo a las 9. Tú vuelves temprano.
Vuelves. Oh. Oh, wait. No. That's just. I just had a typo. Or some. That works too. Don't even at me right now. Oh, but the pada doesn't work.
Vuelva, señor.
Vuelva, señor.
Señora, vuelva a las 9, vuelva.
Señor, usted paga efectivo.
I refuse. Let's see. I was about to say, don't even at me right now. The pada was unnecessary apparently.
La tienda.
La tienda abre a las 8.
Miguel me compra sombreros.
¿Cómo se dice
adiós en italiano?
Los pantalones cuestan 14 pesos.
Felipe.
Felipe, ¿estos pantalones son para ti?
Quiero comprar un sombrero para ti. Quiero comprar un sombrero
Dang it.
para...
Ese chico tiene 16 años.
Oh, that. Oh. ¿Tú sabes? ¿Tú conoces cómo se dice? Oh, sabes.
El vestido cuesta 14 pesos.
That one was actually kind of tricky because they're comparing conocer with saber, which can be a little bit mixed.
El vestido cuesta 14 pesos. El vestido cuesta 14 pesos.
Okay. Ese chico tiene 16 años. ¿Cómo se dice gato? Gato en italiano. ¿En italiano? Mi esposo está, I guess, está comprando una bici para mí. That's acceptable. Don't even. Oh, they wanted the direct object. Oh, okay, that's fine.
Gloria, cierra la maleta.
Gloria, cierra la maleta. Cierra? Oh, that was weird.
Cierra las ventanas, Pedro. Cierran. Cierra. Ese chico tiene 16 años.
Oh gosh, that's command. Okay, I got this. Hold up. Esposo, don't even. Está comprando or... Oh, I wonder. I don't think you can do that. Let's see. Oh, did it? Nah, it's fine. I don't want to try. I'm done for today.
compra. Compra una bici. At least accept BC. Okay, thank you. It's like, at least that, please. Oh, usted.
Mi mamá me canta en la noche.
Estos 20 pesos son para ti. Estos 20 pesos son para ti.
I got the verb. What? Oh, manejar. Maneja. Whoops, not moneja. Or is it sabemos? We're gonna use sabemos. Sabemos hablar el mismo idioma o la misma lengua. Oh, languages. Whoops. And then the other ones.
¿Quieres la camisa en talla 17?
Reading comprehension's hard.
¿Quieres la camisa en talla 17? ¿Quieres la camisa en talla 17? ¿Quieres la camisa en talla 17?
Oh, en talla 17.
¿Quieres la camisa en talla 17?
La tienda cierra en la noche. La tienda cierra en la noche.
Oh. Wait, did you just say la?
La tienda cierra.
Oh, save me.
Sabe.
What do you got? ¿Sabe dónde? ¿Sabe dónde está mi oficina?
Oficina.
¿Usted?
Usted.
Oh, they want usted there.
Mis hermanas saben manejar bien.
What?
Mis hermanas saben manejar bien. Mis hermanas saben manejar bien.
Oh, whoops.
Esta camisa es para mí.
¿Cuánto cuesta la camiseta verde? ¿Cuánto cuesta la camiseta verde? ¿Cuánto cuesta la camiseta verde?
Camiseta. Oh, how did I miss seta? Oh, I missed the accent mark. That's fine. Let's do idioma. I hate you. Oh, I guess you can't do that, huh? That's interesting.
Felipe, estos pantalones son para ti.
There's a nuance between idioma and lingua.
Felipe, estos pantalones son para ti. Felipe, estos pantalones son para...
Okay.
Yo no sé la edad de mis abuelos.
What?
Yo no sé la edad de mis abuelos. Yo no sé la edad de mis abuelos. Yo no sé la edad de mis abuelos.
Señora, usted paga. Con crédito, tarjeta de. Todas las camisas cuestan 20 pesos. Todas las camisas cuestan 20 pesos.
You little dude. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it's se. Whoops. Sabo. Alright, it's fine. That was on me.
Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera. Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera. Ella busca 15 pesos en la cartera.
Oops, I had the... Oh, exhaustion. We're hitting exhaustion. Quiero aprender a volar un avión. I have to eat breakfast this morning. Checking time.
No queremos desayunar. Mañana.
¿A dónde quieres?
¿A dónde quieres ir a cenar esta noche?
Es mi taza y la necesito ahora.
What? Oh man, Day L. Oh my goodness, I should have said that out loud so I could hear it. Oh, I see the difference. I see what they. Okay.
¿Cuántas? Tazas de café quiere usted?
No tenemos ganas de salir a cenar hoy.
Cenar a what?
No tenemos ganas de salir a cenar hoy.
Oh. Okay. It just sounded really weird. Okay, so it seems like a bunch of motion stuff, like to start and to help. Okay. Ah! I really don't know how. Oh, the last two units. This unit and last unit is a problem.
Nota.
Nota.
Pie.
Too many things. Whoops.
Pie.
Yeah.
Fecha.
Fecha. Es.
Vamos a lavarnos.
Vamos a lavarnos las orejas.
¿Necesitas ducharte ahora?
¿Necesita ducharte ahora?
Esas botas.
Esas botas. ¿Ne? Esas botas. Botas. Son grandes. Son grandes para mis pies.
La señora necesita probarse esa falda.
Probarse. What is it? Aldea. Aldea. So esta
Es
aldea. Aldea
Es
es pequeña. Pequeña y bonita.
bonita.
Lo siento, no puedo esperar.
Quedarnos
Quedarnos en esta
aldea
bonita.
bonita.
Quiero levantarme tarde este domingo.
Quiero esta
chaqueta.
No quiero ponerme ese vestido azul.
Tienes que ponerte pantalones.
No.
Tienes que ponerte pantalones. Tienes que ponerte pantalones.
Ah, pantalones. Just pantalones. Oh, pantalones.
Quiero
Okay.
quedarme en este lugar bonito. Quiero quedarme en este lugar bonito.
Tú tienes que levantarte
Levantarte temprano.
temprano.
¿Qué tienes en tu oreja? Eso viejo. Oh, this one's gross. Ducharte. Rápido. Ahora. Oh, here we
Mis
go.
orejas.
Mis orejas están muy sucias. Gross.
Tomo.
Tomo fotos. Tomo fotos para recuerda esta aldea.
Aldea.
Necesito
la entrada para ver el partido. Él. I need help. Necesitas ponerte este abrigo ahora. At least I know what is not required of an so far. Mi abuelo me enseña a hablar alemán. So something about knowing, helping, starting, teaching as but then necesitar, no recuerdo. Wait. Okay. I'm just gonna need a laundry list. We're gonna have to do some laundry listing at some point. Yes, you have to wash your feet. Tenemos que lavarnos pies. Los pies. Wait, why do I need los pies here? I guess it's specific.
¿Vas a probarte estos pantalones? ¿Vas a probarte estos pantalones?
Oh, do I have to conjugate this? ¿Cuántas basas de café? ¿Cuántas basas de café? Son of a tazas. I said vasas. What the? Alright.
Vamos.
Vamos a lavarnos las manos.
Manos. Ahora.
Oh, right. That's right.
Washing and parts of the body. Yeah, they do require particles. That's right. That's right. ¿Quieres aprender a volar un avión?
Aquel pájaro está aprendiendo a volar.
Wait, now why does this require?
Aquel pájaro está aprendiendo a volar.
Whoa, so that. Wait. Did you just aquel? Wait, hold on.
Aquel pájaro está aprendiendo a volar.
Oh, this is not the way I went about this.
Aquel pájaro está aprendiendo a volar.
Okay, that still checks out with the whole like aprendiendo kind of thing. Ah, and I spelled it incorrectly. That's what time? I guess we can do a qué hora. A qué hora quieres desayunar? Okay.
No tenemos que quedarnos aquí. No tenemos que quedarnos aquí. No tenemos que quedarnos aquí.
Es mi taza y necesito.
Oh, la necesito. Ahora. Threw in a pronoun.
¿Quieres salir a tomar café? ¿Quieres salir a tomar café? ¿Quieres salir a tomar café?
Oh, for coffee. Oh, okay. And then this is motion, so it requires an okay.
Me gustaría ponerme este abrigo. Me gustaría ponerme este abrigo. Me gustaría ponerme este abrigo.
I'm such a klutz.
Vamos a la librería para comprar libros. Vamos a la librería para comprar libros.
Oh, more than one book. Okay.
Very, very tired. Sorry. Last one. We'll have an extra day to work on this. ¿Dónde está mi taza de dúo? Yo solo pago. Bebo café en esa taza. Solo compro. ¿Dónde está mi gas? Para recordar cumpleaños, your birthday. You have to take a lot of pictures. Wait, in order to remember your birthday, tienes que tomar muchas fotos. Okay. Es tarde. Tengo que encontrar mis llaves. ¿Dónde están? ¿En la nevera otra vez?
Quiero quedarme en esta aldea.
Come again?
Quiero quedarme en esta aldea.
One more.
Quiero quedarme en esta aldea. Quiero quedarme en esta aldea. Quiero quedarme en esta aldea.
¿Quieres salir a desayunar?
¿Quieres desayunar? Siempre te ayudo a limpiar la cocina. ¿Quieres salir a tomar café? ¿Quieres salir a tomar café?
¿A dónde quieres ir a cenar esta noche?
Oh, that was a question. ¿A dónde quieres ir a cenar esta noche? Okay.
Quiero quedarme contigo hoy. Quiero quedarme contigo hoy.
Aquel pájaro está aprendiendo a volar.
Volar.
Okay. Son. Hijo. Hijo. ¿Ne? Hijo. Hijo, tienes que ducharte antes de salir.
Yo tengo pies muy grandes.
Puedes wait. That stay. Wait. Oh no. I don't know. Okay. Quedarte. Oh, right. Esperar.
Con 2 entradas. Para ir al cine.
¿Puedes ustedes? ¿Puede ustedes esperar? Pueden. Oh, I didn't. Jeez. All right. Ooh, did I expend a little too much today? Too much. All right. Let's look at what I have for tomorrow. Because we're taking every other day now. Taking a little breather. Okay, I see 3 pods. Let's go. What do we have? Weekend plans. That fits right in. What we want and need to do. Weekend plans. Weekend plans, you say? What else we got? Cafe and books. Cafe and books. But we did get phrases like going out for grabbing coffee and whatnot, right? Cafe and books. That kind of feels like the Falstaff thing. Learning German. What the heck? There was one phrase about German. Okay, if I had to guess. Lynn? I mean, this is Lucy. Learning German. What? That's suspicious. Cafe and books? Falstaff. And weekend plans? Lynn. Ain't got time for weekend plans. Couch. Weekend plans? Couch. Couch time all the time. Vegging it up, right? Then we have our adventure. The birthday gift. Another birthday gift. It's not Junior again, is it? Junior bought something for Eddie once. Alright, that's a wrap for today. Tomorrow we are definitely getting to the last thing on our list. Tomorrow is like Wanikani Hanzahiro as quickly as possible, right? And then we gotta wrap up the so to speak thing. It's kind of nice that I got a chance to mess around a little bit. And I mean by mess around, I mean I got to practice some of my spiel today with the person, with Eric. So that's kind of lovely. So much to think about, so much to say. Maybe I will try not to overlap with what I said today, or refine what I had to say today. Alright folks, there you have it. End of Duolingo Spanish. Vast quantities of digression. We still eclipse 10 hours despite spending less than 10 minutes on Wanikani. Impressive, I would say the least. Incredibly rewarding. So until next time. Right, if you're gonna watch this later, muchas gracias. You're more than welcome to follow along. Duolingo is free, of course, and many hot takes about Duolingo, but feel free to follow along or practice whatever, or just flex on whatever you are very familiar. I think I'm getting close now to the point where I need to review some of these concepts. So section 3 is gonna be the last time where, like, I guess we're halfway through section 3. I think there are like 28 units. Once we get through section 3, we're gonna slow down. Probably pace ourselves a little bit more. There's some time to ruminate on some of these concepts. I don't think I can keep up the concepts at this speed. Yes, to internalize it a little bit more. Reading and input is not a problem. It's more consistently outputting the stuff without having to think about it, right? Reading is by far self-explanatory. Anyways, so you're more than welcome to follow along, pick up Duolingo yourself, just dabble if you want, and drop on by, ask a few questions, stay for the discussion, right? Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, hasta luego.